Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone, wherever you're at in the world. Welcome to Last Drafts Baseball's live commentary of the World Baseball Classic. Tonight, we are bringing you the fourth and final quarterfinal between the United States and Venezuela. This game is win or go home for both teams, as the United States or Venezuela will earn the right to play Cuba tomorrow night live from Miami. It is already the other semifinal is set up, and that is going to be Team Japan, or Samurai Japan, will be taking on the Mexicans, who won a beautiful baseball game last night against Puerto Rico 5-4. Well, beautiful if you are a supporter of Mexico. Certainly, that was a very entertaining game. The 4 runs were scored by Puerto Rico in the first inning, and that was it. Their offense dried up. The Mexican pitching held their ground, and they were able to chip away and come back and win the ball game 5-4. Well, tonight we're going to give you the starting lineups, and first of all, it is going to be the Americans who are the visitors tonight. And so we'll kick it off. Leading off and playing in right field is number 3, Mookie Betts. Batting second in center field is number 27, Mike Trout. Batting third at first base is number 46, Paul Goldschmidt. Hitting in the cleanup spot and playing third base is number 28, Nolan Arenado. Batting fifth in left field is number 30, Kyle Tucker. Batting sixth and playing second base is number 7, Tim Anderson. Batting in the 7th spot and doing the designated hitting is number 12, Kyle Schwarber. Hitting 8th and doing the catching is number 10, JT Realmuto. And batting 9th is the shortstop wearing number 8. That is Trey Turner. And they are going to be facing Martin Perez, who takes to the hill tonight. He has no record in the Classic. He worked 3 1/3 innings, allowing 4 hits, 1 run, which was earned. He'd walked 2 and struck out 4 in his only start so far in the Classic. And now your starting lineup for Team Venezuela. Leading off and playing at second base is number 27, Jose Altuve. Batting second in right field wearing number 25, and this is Anthony Santander. Hitting third and playing first base is number 2, Luis Arias. In the cleanup spot and doing the catching is number 13, Salvador Perez. Batting fifth in center field is number 42, Ronald Acuna Jr. Batting sixth and in left field is number 6, David Peralta. In the 7th spot and playing third base is number 7, Eugenio Suarez. Batting 8th and doing the designated hitting is number 14, Gleyber Torres. And batting 9th and at shortstop, wearing number 0, is Andreas Jimenez. And they are going to be facing the right-hander Lance Lynn, who pitched his only, or threw his only outing against Team Canada. He has a 1-0 record. He went 5 innings, allowed only 2 hits against the Canadians. He gave up 1 run, which was earned. He'd walked none and struck out 6. And he takes the hill for the Americans here tonight. We're a few minutes away from the first pitch of the ball game, and we're glad you guys could be here with us, whether you listen live or on delay. Last Drafts Baseball is glad to have you with us here tonight for all of the action. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll be back in 30 seconds as we will take you through some of the pregame notes before we get this one going. Welcome back, everybody. The first pitch is going to get underway in just a few minutes, and we have our visitors that are in here. We got Ryan Doherty and Living Room Sports. We appreciate you guys for checking in. If you're in listening, drop us a note. Let us know where you're listening from. Tell us who you are, and we're glad you can make it here to Last Drafts Baseball and our live coverage of the World Baseball Classic quarterfinal number 4. Winner here tonight, as we mentioned earlier, is going to go on to play Cuba tomorrow night. That game will take place at 7 p.m. Eastern Time or 4 Pacific. Mexico will take on Japan in the other semifinal on Monday night. And then the final for all the marbles is Tuesday, as the winner of Japan-Mexico will face off either against Venezuela, USA, or Cuba, depending on the outcome of tonight and tomorrow night's games. Well, the lineups for Team USA, interesting lineup here tonight. I noted a couple of things prior to. We've got Kyle Schwarber as the designated hitter tonight. They passed over Pete Alonso, have Schwarber in the lineup. They do have a left-hander on the mound, due the Venezuelans in Martin Perez. So interesting that Schwarber gets the nod over the Polar Bear and the DH spot. It's been pretty much a constant for the manager, Mark DeRosa, as he has had Mookie Betts, Mike Trout, Goldschmidt, and Arenado pretty much 1, 2, 3, 4 in all of the games. Tim Anderson again gets the start at second base. Against Team Canada, it was his first start ever playing at second base, either in the minor leagues or at the major league level, as they've got Trey Turner holding down the shortstop position. And of course, the rest of the lineup with JT Realmuto and Kyle Tucker in left is pretty much been what the Americans have been rolling out throughout the tournament. Venezuela's news of notes, no Miguel Cabrera in the lineup tonight. He has struggled in the series, 1 for 9 so far. And it is a lineup that is very dangerous from top to bottom. The American League hitting champion last year, or batting champion, Luis Arias, has had a bit of a rough tournament. He is slotted in the 3 spot, but Anthony Santander has been absolutely outstanding, the Baltimore Oriole outfielder, as well as the play of Salvador Perez, and also getting support from Eugenio Suarez and David Peralta at the bottom part of the order, have played a very important part for the Venezuelans. So this is the lineup for tonight as we've given you to them at the top of the stream. We are just about ready to get this one going here in just a couple moments. We have our friend, Living Room Sports, who says he's listening in Tilbury, Ontario, and that's the way she goes. The Americans are the visitors tonight. Martin Perez has taken to the hill. He is starting his warm-up tosses. He had a solid season with the Texas Rangers last year. He had 32 starts. He was 12-8, and he posted an ERA of 2.89, and he logged just shy of 200 innings. He had some pretty solid years with the Rangers, and then he had bounced over to the Boston Red Sox organization, where there was a litany of injuries and missed time and action that kept him out of the fray for the Red Sox, although he did put up some decent numbers in his final campaign with them. But now he is back in Texas and looking to be able to continue his run a good play with the Rangers as he did originally. He's completed his warm-up tosses. We are about ready to get this one underway, as it'll be Mookie Betts, Mike Trout, and Paul Goldschmidt to get this one going here for Team USA in the top of the first inning. Defensively tonight for the Venezuelans, from left to right, across your YouTube screen in left field, it is going to be David Peralta. The center fielder is Ronald Acuna Jr., the right fielder Anthony Santander. Around the horn from first to third, it is Luis Arias, Jose Altuve, the shortstop Andreas Jimenez, and the third baseman Eugenio Suarez, with the battery of Martin Perez and Salvador Perez. Well, here we go, everybody. What we're all waiting for, a clash of the Titans, and the first pitch of the ball game is a fastball at 92 miles an hour, taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1, and we are underway. For Mookie Betts in the tournament, he is 4 for 17. He's got nothing across the slash line, and there's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Betts. Betts bats from the right side against the left-handed slants of Perez, who is working quickly. He's sort of a bit of a side saddler as he steps off the rubber, and then he rocks into the motion and delivers. It's a fastball that just misses under the hands, and the count is now 2-1 to Betts. Mookie Betts has had some very strong defensive play. He made some fabulous plays against the Canadians the other night when we were watching that one, and there's a changeup that swung on it. It is hit just past the diving Jose Altuve, who's lined up to the left of second base. They had the shift on, but Betts is able to punch it through the shift past the diving Altuve, and he's got himself a leadoff single to get things going here in the top of the first inning. So Betts is aboard, and that is going to bring up the center fielder, Mike Trout. For Trout, he is 5 for 12 in the series. He's got 1 homer and 6 runs batted in. He was a very important part of their last matchup, was Trout against the Colombians. He was involved in all three of the runs that the Americans scored. There's a first pitch fastball. It swung on. It just popped up into shallow center field. Coming hard on it is the center fielder, Acuna Jr. He is not able to make the catch. The throw into third gets by the third baseman, Suarez, and it has gone into the dugout, and they're going to move everybody forward. Trout advanced to second on the throw, but on the overthrow from Acuna that got in out of play, now the runners are all going to advance a base. So that's more than likely going to be a single for Trout. He's going to get himself, he's advanced to second on the throw. And then on the ball that went out of play, he is going to advance. More than likely, we're going to see that ruled as an error. But the Americans are on the board 1-0. And that is some shoddy play by the Venezuelan defense, who is normally pretty good. Martin Perez was backing up the play, but he was too shallow. He was actually in the coach's box. The ball ended up getting by Suarez and squirted by Perez. And that ended up being out of play, and that's going to allow Mookie Betts to get the first run of the ball game. Well, that's going to bring Paul Goldschmidt to the plate with a runner on third and nobody out. So as good as Acuna can be and as exciting a player he is, there are still some aspects of his game in terms of decision-making. I'm not so sure that that was a great decision. He missed the cutoff man, and then the ball ended up squirting by the third baseman. So here's the first pitch to Goldschmidt. It's a fastball that swung on and fouled away, and the count is quickly 0-1. The defense is playing in, so this is what they're thinking are the Venezuelans, that 1 or 2 runs could be what this game is all about. So interesting that with nobody out, they've got the infield in, looking to cut a run off at the plate. Here's the 0-1 to Goldschmidt. It is a breaking ball, swung on and missed, and the count is now 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes to Goldie. So right off the bat, we've got some excitement in the Classic. So here comes the 0-2 pitch to Goldschmidt as Perez holds set. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses down, and the count is now 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Member of the St. Louis Cardinals contingent. Obviously, you've got Nolan Arenado, his teammate, on deck as the lefty Perez works from the set position. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away. It's going to reach the seats over on the first base side, and the count remains at 1 ball and 2 strikes. So the Americans have jumped out, much like the Puerto Ricans have done the day before. And here comes the 1-2 offering to Goldschmidt as Perez holds set at the belt. He kicks and fires. That's a changeup that misses down, and the count is now 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. And here comes the offering to right-handed hitting Goldschmidt. It is a breaking ball swung on. It is lifted into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit. And that is going to cash in Mike Trout with the second run of the ball game. A single and an RBI for Goldschmidt. The Americans are now out in front 2-0 here against the Venezuelans in the top half of the inning. So 2-0 is the scoreline, and that is going to bring up Nolan Arenado to the plate. We have Steve Rademacher in the house tonight. Steve will get fined for any advancements on the early score lines. We'll take it out of your commercial pay there, Steve. So 2-0 for Team USA as the Americans have jumped out here on the Venezuelans as the lefty Perez kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count is quickly 0-1 to Arenado. Nolan Arenado, 5 for 15 in the Classic. He's got no homers and 4 runs batted in. 3 of the 5 hits for Arenado in the Classic have gone for extra bases. And there is a fastball taken for a called strike. And the count is now quickly 0-2. So Mark DeRosa, the manager of Team USA, pushing all the right buttons right now as the Americans are out in front 2-0. And there's a breaking ball that misses way off the outside corner, and the count is now 1-2 to Arenado. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. We had a very festive atmosphere last night in the chat and also in our channel. We had quite a few views for that game between the Puerto Ricans and the Mexicans. We're happy to have people back in here again tonight. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lashed into right field. It's down for a base hit. Racing over to his left and making the play is Santander. He fires it back in. Goldschmidt is going to be able to go from first to third, and the Americans still have something brewing here in the first inning as they've got runners on the corners and nobody out. And Martin Perez is getting knocked around like a tomato can out there on the mound. And that has been a rough start for the Venezuelan left-hander. Nice piece of hitting there by Arenado to stay inside the ball and drive it the other way. Goldschmidt able to go first to third. Paul Goldschmidt doesn't quite run like he used to, as once upon a time he stole nearly 30 bases as a first baseman in the Arizona Diamondback organization. But he is a very smart and heady runner, and now they've got runners at the corners, and we're going to have a visit to the mound as the Venezuelan pitching coach is coming out to have a few words with both Martin and Salvador Perez. Already action in the Venezuelan bullpen as Jose Ruiz, a right-hander, is up and throwing. So we're going to see how this one will play out. The umpires for tonight's game, as the game is taking place here tonight, again in Miami. Last night we had 2 American umpires on the crew, and we had a Korean as well as a Japanese umpire. And that is kind of what we have tonight. We've got Dan Bellino, who is the home plate umpire tonight. Will Little is at first base. And there is a fastball swung on. This ball is grounded up the middle. It's going to be through. And here comes the throw to third base. It's not in time. They go down to second, and it's not in time. Jose Altuve is asking for a replay, but the Americans have scored another run on a single by Kyle Tucker that got up the middle. It is going to score Goldschmidt with the third run of the game. Arenado again goes first to third. Suarez threw the ball down to second base to see if they were going to, and we're going to have to go and take a look to see if Kyle Tucker was out or not. Those two are teammates, Altuve and Tucker, with the Houston Astros, and right on top of the play was that Sushi Fukaya, the Japanese umpire, but they have asked for a video replay, and we're going to go and see if that ball was able to get in. It did look like Tucker had come off of the base, but I don't know if Altuve held the tag on him for that length of time. So we're going to get a review here. We'll take a look at it and let you know what we think as soon as possible. But an RBI single for Tucker, and advancing to the throw down to second pending review. And it was certainly a situation where the throw was not in time. Altuve had put the tag on to Tucker. Tucker had come off of the base. The only question that the umpires here are going to have to think about is, did the runner come off of the base? So Mark DeRosa is already over, and he's going to be wanting an explanation from the umpires as to what it is. And what it looked like is Tucker was there in time, but the glove of Altuve may have stayed on the player, and that's exactly what it was. He is going to be ruled out. That is going to go down as a 8-5-3 putout for the first out of the inning, and the manager of the Venezuelans has seen enough. Martin Perez's night is done as Nolan Arenado has advanced to third. We are going to have ourselves a pitching change as Tim Anderson's coming to bat. Hold tight, everybody. We've got all kinds of action here in the first inning. The Americans are up 3-0, and we'll be back right after this in just a couple moments. Welcome back, everybody. We have ourselves a pitching change as Jose Ruiz is coming into the ball game. Ruiz has appeared in 2 games for the Venezuelans. He's worked 2 2/3 innings. He is not allowed a hit or a run. He has walked 1 and struck out 3, but he has 2 wins and no losses in the tournament here. He is going to be taking over for Martin Perez, who was unable to face more than 5 batters. The first 5 batters that come to the bat have all reached base on base hit singles. So 5 hits in a row strung together by the Americans. There is 1 gone as Kyle Tucker was thrown out trying to advance over to second base. And Nolan Arenado is the runner at third with 1 gone, with Tim Anderson now coming to the plate. So Ruiz is just getting his warm-up tosses completed. We'll be ready to resume the action here in just a couple of moments, as this game here is a 3-0 ball game for Team USA over Venezuela in the top of the first inning. But as you can recall, yesterday, a very similar start as the Puerto Ricans stuck 4 on the board against the Mexicans. Mexico was able to battle back as the bats for the Puerto Ricans went silent after the first inning, as the Mexicans were able to chip away. So this game is far from over as we are here on the top of the first. So Tim Anderson steps to the plate. He is 4 for 11 in the tournament. He's got no homers and 4 runs batted in. Arenado is the runner at third. He establishes his lead. The Venezuelans are in on the grass, and there is a breaking ball that's down, but Anderson waves at it and misses, and the count is quickly 0-1. Tim Anderson hitting in the 6th spot. As we mentioned, he gets the nod at second base tonight. Anderson is a speedy player. I've had a chance to see him play live on a few occasions, and I'm specifically watching him in Arizona and then again in Seattle. A couple of things that really stand out. There's a fastball that misses outside, is taken for a ball, and the count is 1-1. When you watch him on TV, you know he's fast, but him in real life is a treat to watch. His ability to go to left on ground balls is fantastic when he plays the shortstop position, and his ability to get down the line on bunts and certainly on balls that are chopped in the infield, it's a treat to watch as well. He can really motor. There's a breaking ball that's waved out and missed, and now the count goes to 1-2 on Anderson. Anderson, of course, was the center of some controversy in Chicago with the White Sox, as he's had a couple of bat flips and he's been a little bit outspoken over the last couple of years, but certainly that can be set aside when you watch the quality of play that he puts out night in and night out. There's a breaking ball that misses down and away. The appeal over to the first base umpire, Will Little, but they say he didn't go. That's going to even the count at 2-2. Find it very interesting the way that the umpires are rotated in the tournament. Traditionally, when you work the plate, you go to third base the day after, and third base goes to second, second to first, and first comes to work the dish. And now there is a breaking ball that's down. Again, the appeal over to first base, but this time the right hand of Will Little goes up. The first base umpire said he went around, and Anderson is retired on strikes for the second out of the inning. That's going to leave it all up to the designated hitter, Kyle Schwarber. Well, for Schwarber, he is 1 for 6 in the tournament. He has a homer and 3 RBIs. And the only hit that he has left the yard. So 3-0 for Team USA here in the top of the first inning. And the first pitch is a fastball that catches the inside corner for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1 to Schwarber. Schwarber enjoyed a fine season with the Philadelphia Phillies last year, and when you think of October, Schwarber just keeps appearing year in and year out. A former Washington National and, of course, Chicago Cub World Series champion. As there's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count goes even to 1-1. Schwarber is a primetime player. Although I have to say, I don't know how the Phillies are doing it with he and Castellanos in the corners. They are defensive liabilities. There's a fastball that misses inside, and the count is now 2-1. But it is undeniable that Schwarber can swing the bat. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Schwarber. Should he find a way on base, it'll be JT Realmuto who waits his turn on deck. So the right-hander Ruiz holds at the belt. Now he kicks and delivers. It is a changeup that is swung through and missed, and the count now goes to 2-2 on Schwarber. Last pitch there was a more of a pitchfork type changeup with the grip that the right-hander Ruiz had. But I have to say, at 89 miles an hour, it's not a whole lot of difference between that and some of his fastballs. That fastball's at 97. It swung on. It's popped up into left field. Moving over underneath it is the left fielder, David Peralta. He's going to make the catch. And that is going to do it here for Team USA in the first inning. But there was damage and lots of it. 3 runs in the inning on 5 hits, all singles. We got it as 1 error, but we'll double check that when we return. And there was 1 runner left the board. We're now through a half inning. It is Team USA 3, Venezuela coming to bat. Stick around, everybody. We'll be right back with the call in just a couple moments. We appreciate you for checking in with us tonight. Three nothing for Team USA. We're going to be back with the call at the bottom of the first in just a moment. Stay with us. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the bottom half of the first inning, and it is going to be Jose Altuve, Anthony Santander, and Luis Arias to come to bat for Venezuela. As we talked about earlier in that first inning, as Martin Perez got knocked out early on, it was a big inning yesterday for the Puerto Ricans in the first inning, but after that, everything went quiet. So we're going to have to see how the Americans are going to be able to respond to this tonight, as well as the Venezuelans. If they can keep them at bay and keep it close, we're going to have ourselves yet another interesting affair in Miami. Jose Altuve, Santander, and Luis Arias to get things going for the Venezuelans as the right-hander Lance Lynn is just completing his warm-up tosses. We'll be ready to resume the action here in just a couple moments. A couple of other news and notes we will be back on the airwaves again tomorrow for the game between Cuba and the winner of this one, which will either be Team USA or Venezuela, as well as we are going to be carrying the game on Monday between the Mexicans and the Japanese, and then, of course, the championship game on Tuesday. All games are 7 Eastern or 4 Pacific, so hopefully you can be there with us. So here we go back to the action as Lance Lynn delivers a first pitch fastball. It swung on and lined into left field for a base hit. And Jose Altuve is aboard with a leadoff single here in the bottom half of the first inning. And that will bring up the right fielder, Anthony Santander. So both teams have brought the wood with them tonight. 5 hits for the Americans in the first inning. Of course, for their counterparts, the Venezuelans, they get things going with the first batter here. Just as we did a quick check in the first inning, there was an error. And that error was charged to, we believe, Jose Altuve. To Ronald Acuna Jr. for his throw. And that's exactly what it was. It got by the third baseman Suarez and ended up out of play, which was allowing the runner to be able to score. And that was how Mookie Betts came home with the first run of the ball game. There's a pitch that comes from Lance Lynn that misses down, and the count now is 1-0 to Anthony Santander. Lynn goes back into the motion. He's working quickly, and there's a fastball swung on and missed, and the count now goes even at 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. The pitch actually was tipped into the mid of the catcher. So looks like Santander got a piece, as indicated by the home plate umpire, Dan Bellino. There's a fastball swung on, and it is belted foul down the right field line. Santander was not fooled on that. A 92-mile-an-hour fastball, and that was rocketed right into the netting. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Santander. Santander's had himself an outstanding series thus far. He's 6 for 13 with a couple of homers and 5 RBIs. The Baltimore Oriole outfielder has been very strong. And there's a fastball swung on it. It's popped up over onto the left side of the infield. Moving over underneath it is Nolan Arenado, and he's going to make the catch. Arenado is playing more on the shortstop side as the defense was swung around to the right. And that is going to retire Santander on a pop-up to third base for out number 1 here in the bottom of the first inning. It's going to bring up Luis Arias. Arias, who was the American League batting champion in 2022. Off to a rugged start in this tournament. He is 2 for 13. So Arias is stepping to the plate. Waiting on the first offering from Lance Lynn. He waggles the bat. And here comes the first pitch from Lynn. It is a fastball that misses outside for ball 1, and the count is quickly 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Arias back in, waggling the bat again. And here comes the offering from the right-hander Lynn. He checks the runner Altuve at first. He kicks and delivers. The pitch is fastball swung on. This ball is belted to deep right field. Mookie Betts is going back. He looks up, and this one's going to sail into the seats. Luis Arias, who is going to be making his home in Miami this year with the Marlins after the trade, has just hit a 2-run homer to cut the lead to 3-2 as the Venezuelans are on the board in style. Luis Arias, who does not have a ton of pop in the stick, but certainly on that occasion, that was a no-doubter. Mookie Betts just turned, took a couple of steps, and watched it go about 10 rows into the stands in right field, and the Venezuelans have cut the lead to 3-2. And that is going to bring up the catcher, Salvador Perez. So as we said in the top of the first, this game here, expect a lot of fireworks here tonight, everybody, because these are 2 teams that have some potent offenses. I would not expect the 3 runs that the Americans scored in the first inning to be enough to win the ball game. And here's a breaking ball delivered to Salvador Perez. This ball is hit to deep left field. Moving back at the edge of the warning track is Kyle Tucker, and he's going to make the grab. And that is going to retire Perez for the second out of the inning. So 2 away, and that is going to leave it all up to Ronald Acuna Jr. As we re-look at the highlight of that home run by Arias, it was a no-doubter. As we said, Arias is not known for his power. He is a very good bat-to-ball hitter. And, of course, they've got the celebrations on as he touches the plate by himself. Here comes the first offering to Acuna Jr. It's a fastball swung on and missed, and the count is quickly 0-1. Ronald Acuna Jr. getting the nod in center field. He is 3 for 15 in the tournament. No homers and an RBI. Waiting on the offering from Lance Lynn, who rocks into the motion, and he kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that catches the inside corner for a called strike, and the count is 0-2. And that's because home plate umpire Dan Bellino said so. You can see Acuna didn't like the call, and if you believe the Fox track or the K-zone or whatever you want to call it on the television screens, it sure didn't look like it got into the K-zone. And there's a fastball that just misses upstairs. The count is now 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Acuna Jr. Should he reach base, it'll be David Peralta who looms on deck. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Lance Lynn rocks into the motion and delivers. It's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count is now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Acuna Jr. I have to say these 2 clubs, both the Americans and the Venezuelans, are absolutely loaded offensively. Fun to watch both of these teams play. Here comes the 2-2 pitch, and it is a fastball that is under the hands, and it sends Acuna Jr. moving backwards and falling to his knees, so that's going to run the count now to 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Acuna Jr., of course, missed all of the 2021 or most of the 2021 season with a torn ACL. There's a fastball swung on. It is lined into center field, and making the catch is Mike Trout. Acuna hit the ball on the screws. It was a great swing, but right to the glove of Trout, and that is going to do it here in the bottom of the first inning. So for the Venezuelans, they get 2 runs back. There were 2 runs in the inning on 2 hits. It was the home run by Luis Arias, the 2-run variety, that did the damage. There were no errors and nobody left the board. We're now through 1 complete. It is Team USA 3, Venezuela 2. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call at the top of the second inning when we return. We appreciate you guys for listening in. You guys are searching around YouTube and you got nothing else to do, be sure to check out our friend Steve Rademacher. He is entertaining and he's got all kinds of crazy things. Steve Rademacher, he was in the chat earlier. Let him know Last Raps Baseball sent you.
Hello, guys. Thank you for joining Freddie here on his baseball game. And I'm Steve Rademacher, and my channel is really all about everybody, including all my international friends. We have such stuff as non-sport packs from Canada, the OP cheese. We have the Greek Freak. We have money from around the world. We have lira. We have yen. We have francs. We have pounds. We have Deutschmarks. We have all kinds of cool stuff like that. We even have some cooler things like Japanese women wrestlers and OPC baseball cards where I cannot read the back. We even have unopened material like the royal family, I know it's backwards, from London, England. Thank you for watching. Back to Freddie.
Appreciate you there, Steve, and your support of the channel. And in turn, we like to support Steve Rademacher. Be sure, friend of our channel, go check him out. Let him know what you think. We've got the 8, 9, and 1 hitters to come to bat for Team USA here in the top of the second inning. That means JT Realmuto, Trey Turner, and Mookie Betts to get things going. So it is going to be Realmuto here to get things rolling. And the first pitch to Realmuto is swung on and fouled away. The count is quickly 0-1. It is going to be a moment here as Salvador Perez has got that one right in the jaw. And the home plate umpire, Dan Bellino, is going to walk out to the mound to go have a word with the pitcher here to give the catcher for Venezuela a moment to be able to get himself collected. And you can see he's getting the cobwebs shaken out is Salvador Perez. Salvador Perez, in my opinion, is going to be a Hall of Famer. He has had a great career with the Kansas City Royals. He started his career there. He's going to end it there, and he got a couple of seasons left to go. There's a fastball that is swung through and missed, and it's now no balls and 2 strikes to Realmuto. That last pitch from Jose Ruiz was at 97 miles an hour. He blew it right by the Phillies catcher, and now we've got time. As Realmuto is stepped out of the box, Ruiz is there. They're walking out to the mound. It looks like they've got a conference. They've got the trainer who's come out to have a look at Salvador Perez. They want to check on him first. The home plate umpire is there. The coach is out there with it. I don't know if they've got something, but I think they're going to make a substitution because it doesn't look like Salvador Perez is going to be able to stay in this game, and that's going to be a huge loss for the Venezuelans. I'm not sure if that's the case. They just gave him some water. He's telling him that he's okay, but I think the coach of the Venezuelans is going to call it a night here. I don't know what's going to happen here, as the big catcher for the Kansas City Royals is saying that he's going to be okay, but the manager is telling people over there to get suited up, and he's winking his eye saying, I'm good to go. When I think about catchers in the big leagues, the first one that comes to mind is Mike Matheny. Mike Matheny had to cut his career short. Of course, he was a manager for the Kansas City Royals most recently, and of course with the St. Louis Cardinals. And he had to get his career cut short because of concussions, and that ball there, when it was fouled off by Realmuto, cut Perez right in the jaw. It looked like he was ready to wobble and go down. But he is going to stay in the ball game and remain here in this one. So no balls and 2 strikes to JT Realmuto, as the right-hander Ruiz is ready to go back to work. He's coming from the stretch position, even though there's nobody on base. He kicks and delivers A breaking ball swung on. It is lifted into shallow left field, racing over toward the line, and it's going to fall just in front of David Peralta, and it's going to squirt away and get to the wall. Peralta picks it up, and cruising into second base with a leadoff double is JT Realmuto. So Realmuto jumps over and all over an 0-2 pitch. Is able to fight it off, get it into left field, get it down, and he is on second base with a leadoff double here in the second inning. So Realmuto is at second. That brings up the shortstop, Trey Turner. Even if Peralta would have fielded that cleanly, I don't think he would have had a shot at Realmuto at second base. The ball was moving away from Peralta. It had a bit of English on it. It spun toward the wall. It went off the glove of Peralta, but I don't think he would have been able to make a play at second base. There's the first pitch changeup delivered to Turner that misses down and in. The count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Turner is 3 for 11 in the tournament. He's got a homer and a couple of RBIs. As he waggles the bat, waiting on the offering here from the right-hander Ruiz, who kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball, swung on and missed. The count goes even to 1-1. There are parts of the lineup where the Americans have some very good speed. Betts and Trout at the top of the order. Tim Anderson in the 6th spot and Trey Turner in the 9th spot. Here's the pitch. It is a fastball that misses outside, and the count is now 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Trey Turner. Turner waggles the bat as he's waiting now on the offering from Ruiz. Ruiz checks his side from Perez. He works set to the belt. And here's the pitch. It is a fastball that misses inside, and the count now goes to 3-1 on Turner. Mookie Betts in the top of the order is what's coming up next. As he's waiting here on the offering from the right-hander Ruiz, who kicks and fires. It is a breaking ball that misses outside. It's going to be ball 4, and the Americans have the first 2 batters of the inning reach base. As Realmuto is at second, Turner is at first, and it's going to be the top of the order and Mookie Betts coming to the plate. It just doesn't get any easier for Team USA or for Team Venezuela as USA just continues to roll over star after star. I look at this lineup and I say there's probably going to be 3 or 4 Hall of Famers in the lineup, and the story is still to be written on many others in this lineup. So here we go. Here's the first offering to Betts. It's a fastball swung on. It's grounded over to short. They go to second for 1. Altuve throws it to first. It is a Venezuelan double play. It's going to go down in the books as a 6-4-3 variety. As Betts has grounded into that 6-4-3 double play, it erases Turner at second. It's going to advance Realmuto over to third. But Jose Altuve was banged up on the play as the base runner Turner got down the line in a hurry, and he slid into second base, and Altuve ended up on his backside. Nice play there by Turner. He came in sliding hard, and Altuve had to hurdle him, and down for the count he went. So the Americans are playing the game. That was a good slide, and Turner did what he had to do to try to break it up. Nothing violent, just spikes were down. It was what you would teach youngsters to do. It was a textbook slide by Turner. That is going to bring up the center fielder, Mike Trout. Well, for Trout, he is 1 for 1 tonight. He singled and scored a run his first time up, and he takes a 97-mile-an-hour fastball under the hands for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. On the tournament, he is 6 for 13. He's got himself a 4.62 average. He was a very important part of that victory, as we mentioned, against Colombia the other day. And there's a fastball swung on and fouled away. The count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Trout to be followed by Goldschmidt if he can keep this inning alive. The Americans put the first 2 runners on base. I always say if you can get a leadoff runner on, or if you can get them over to second, percentages of scoring the runner astronomical with nobody out. It's usually over 70%. The Americans may squander this opportunity here. There's a fastball that misses outside, and the count is now 2-1. With that double play ball, you don't expect Mookie Betts to be grounding into double plays. He did hit the ball hard, and he hit it right into the way that the defense was aligned. And there's a fastball swung on it as pop foul. It's going to reach the seats behind home plate. That runs the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes on Mike Trout. It's a beautiful night for baseball in Miami yet again. The Venezuelan flags are flying all over the place, as are the American flags. There's a changeup swung on and missed. And Trout is down on strikes for the third out of the inning. And that is going to do it for the Americans here in the top of the second. There was no runs in the inning. There was a hit. There were no errors and 1 runner left aboard. Now through 1.5, it is Team USA 3, Venezuela 2. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call of the bottom of the second inning when we return after this. Appreciate you guys for bouncing in here with us tonight and checking us out. Hopefully you can stick around later. We might even give you a Japanese game later tonight. We'll have to see how this one wraps up and finishes. We'll be right back after this. It is 3-2 as we're going to be going to the bottom of the second inning. We'll be back in just a couple moments, everybody. Appreciate you for being here. Welcome back, everybody. It is Last Rouse Baseball's live commentary of the game between Venezuela and Team USA. It is our old school radio broadcast. If you like and love listening into old school radio style, that's what we try to give you. It is going to be the 6, 7, and 8 hitters to come to bat for Venezuela in their half of the second inning. That means David Peralta, Eugenio Suarez, and Gleyber Torres to face the right-hander Lance Lynn. The Venezuelans responded in that first inning with 2 runs of their own after the Americans jumped out with 3 in the top of the first. It was 3-2 after 1 inning, and now the Venezuelans are looking to come back again. They have only once been to a semifinal, and that was a loss to South Korea way back in 2009. And they are going to be looking for their first berth here. The winner of this game plays Cuba tomorrow night. The first pitch is a breaking ball that misses down to David Peralta for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. David Peralta, 4 for 10 in the series. He's got no homers and 4 RBIs. He was an offseason acquisition by the Los Angeles Dodgers. And there is a fastball that catches the outside corner for a called strike. The count is 1-1. Almost an under-the-radar signing. He spent his entire career in Arizona with the Diamondbacks. He was traded before the deadline to the Tampa Bay Rays. And then, of course, in the offseason here, he has now joined the Los Angeles Dodgers. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is grounded up the middle. It is fielded by Turner, who is just over the bag at second base. He throws to first, and Peralta is going to be retired. It goes as a ground out 6-3 for out number 1. And that'll bring up the third baseman, Eugenio Suarez. Well, for Suarez, he has had an outstanding tournament so far. He is 6 for 10. He's got a homer and 6 runs batted in. The former originally began his career with the Detroit Tigers. He was flipped to the Cincinnati Reds in return for Alfredo Simon, the pitcher. And then Suarez went on to have some very good seasons in Cincinnati, as there's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. The count is 0-1. And then Suarez was flipped to the Seattle Mariners, and he was kind of thought to be maybe a contract where they had to take him for the contract, and the big part might have been Winker going over to the Mariners. But he ended up having a very solid season last year for Seattle, as there's a breaking ball check swing fouled away, and the count is 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. Lance Lynn gets his sign from the catcher, and he goes back to work. And there's a fastball swung on. This ball is driven into deep right field. Moving back is Mookie Betts. It's over his head. It's off the wall. Digging for second is Suarez, and he's going to slide in there safely. A good throw there by Mookie Betts. But Suarez has got himself a 1-out double, and that is going to bring up Gleyber Torres. So the Venezuelans have brought their bats tonight. As that ball was hammered over the head of Betts, he went the opposite way. As Mookie Betts had to chase it down and played it really well off the wall. And not only did he play it well off the wall, came up firing. The ball came off. He picked it off with his bare hand and threw a one-hop shot to Trey Turner. And just couldn't quite get there in time. Now, I want to see if they're going to review this one because Suarez actually left the bag. We're going to take a look right now. And right now, the Venezuelan manager is out, and he's arguing with the home plate umpire, Dan Bellino. I don't know what the argument is about. And he is very, very upset. He is right in the face of Bellino, and he is not happy. We're going to watch it again. And so what happened is Suarez gets to the base, and then as he gets to the base, as he's popping up in the pop-up slide, Turner has the tag on him. And he kind of comes off of the base, but it looks like they're going up for a video review. This one may be overturned. It may be a single and thrown out 9-6. But Lopez, who had come out of the dugout, the manager, was ticked off about something. Maybe he felt that Trey Turner tried to maybe ride Suarez off of the base. As we see it here again, he slides into second base, and Suarez applies the tag. And as he applies the tag, Suarez loses his balance and everything comes off the base. And that's what it is. The right hand goes up, and that call is going to take a double off the board. It is going to be a single given to Suarez. He's going to be out 9-6 on the putout for out number 2. That's going to bring up Gleyber Torres to the plate. And Lopez, the manager for Venezuela, is not happy. Our friend Josh S., who's in the stream tonight, says that's a big timeout. And you're absolutely correct. Venezuelans, they can go 9 hitters deep. When you got an all-star batting in the 9 spot, that ought to tell you something. There's a breaking ball swung on it. Is pop foul. It's going to reach the seats behind the first base dugout. And Lopez is still mad. He's still giving it to the umpires. To be honest and to be fair, I'm not sure what his beef was about, but what I can say is that when Suarez started to pop to his feet, the tag by Turner probably put him off balance, and that allowed the call to be overturned at second base, as there's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is now 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Torres waggles the bat, waiting here on the offering from the right-hander Lynn. It's a fastball at 94 that he swings through and misses, and now the count goes to 1-2. Gleyber Torres in the series is 1 for 7 in the Classic. Very interested to see how this all plays out for Torres. In my opinion, not being a Yankees fan, but keeping an eye on what the Yankees do, Torres' best years were his first couple with the New York Yankees, and then everything is kind of flattened off from there. There's a breaking ball that's tapped foul over on the third base side. It looked like he had a bit of a recovery year last year. But for the most part, Gleyber Torres, you have to wonder if some of the young guns that the Yankees are about to be calling up in the next year or two, if his job will be in some jeopardy. So here comes the 1-2 pitch, and it is a breaking ball waved at and missed. Torres is down on strikes, and that is the 3rd out of the inning, and that will do it here for out number 3 in the 2nd inning. Well, the Venezuelans had a hit in the inning. There was no runs, 1 hit. It was the single by Suarez. He was thrown out at second. No errors, and nobody left the board. We're now through 2 complete. It is Team USA 3 and Venezuela 2. We are moving to the top of the 3rd inning. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple moments. Glad you can make it here with us. 3-2 for Team USA as we move to the top of the third inning. We'll be back in 60 seconds after this from our friend Matt Hollis, another Hollis build.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the top of the third inning. It is going to be the 3, 4, and 5 hitters to come to bat for Team USA. That means Paul Goldschmidt, Nolan Arenado, and Kyle Tucker to get things going against the right-hander, which is Jose Ruiz. Ruiz came on in relief of Martin Perez, who only faced 5 hitters in the first inning, and each one of them reached base on singles. And so now Goldschmidt is ready to face the right-hander. Actually, we're going to have ourselves a pitching change here. So we've got a new right-hander in the ballgame. And it is going to be Luis Garcia of the Houston Astros. So he is on in relief of Jose Ruiz. And the first pitch is a fastball taken for a called strike. And the count is 0-1. He pitched against the Dominican Republic. He went 3 innings, not allowing a hit or a run. He struck out 7 and walked 2. So Garcia on in relief. And there is a changeup that misses down, and the count is 1-1. So the notification that we got was a little bit on the late side, but we got it nonetheless. So Luis Garcia on in relief. He will not miss a beat pitching for the Houston Astros this year. Here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball that is swung on and missed. And the count is now 1-2. He is tough on all types of hitters, righties and lefties. As we mentioned tonight, the umpires behind the plate, Stan Bellino, Will Little is at first. It is Atsushi Fukaya, the Japanese umpire, at second base. And Kun Young Park is the third base umpire for tonight's affair. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count goes to 2-2 on Goldschmidt. Curious to see how the rest of the tournament lines up, as some of the umpires here are getting the opportunity to work these games. As we said, it'll be the winner of this game versus Cuba tomorrow, Japan and Mexico on Monday, and the final goes on Tuesday. Here's the pitch from Garcia. It's a fastball swung on and missed, and Goldschmidt is down on strikes for the first out of the inning. 1 up and 1 away. That is going to bring up the third baseman, Nolan Arenado. Well, for Arenado, he is 1 for 1 tonight, 6 for 16 in the tournament as he strides to the dish. Arenado, by consensus, is considered to be the best defensive third baseman in the game. And he made some plays in earlier parts of this tournament that underscore why that is the case. He is very slick with the glove. And here's the pitch. It is a fastball that is swung on. It is belted down the left field line, but it is going to hook foul into the mezzanine. It's about 25 rows up into the stands. So that is no balls and 1 strike to Arenado. Arenado batting from the right side against the right-handed Slantza Garcia. He gets this sign from Salvador Perez, and he rocks into the motion. He kicks and fires. It is a changeup that he's way out in front on, and the count now goes to 0-2. I'm kind of curious here to see how Garcia wants to set him up. He's way ahead in the count, 0-2. Does he walk the ladder and give him some high heat and then come back with something soft away? Or does he come under the hands to back him off the plate and then go soft away? Here's how it's going to work. And the pitch is a breaking ball down and away. The count is 1-2. So I would have thought that they may have come back with that on the next pitch if they would have maybe tried to do something else. But I'm curious to see how they're going to try to set him up to finish him off if they can. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Arenado. Garcia gets a new baseball, rubs it up. He's got a different look this year. He's got all kinds of beads hanging off the end of his hair, and they're all in the Venezuelan colors. They are red, yellow, and blue. As he rocks into the motion and delivers, it is a breaking ball swung on. It is popped up. It is behind home plate. Salvador Perez makes it back toward the screen, but it's going to drift into the seats, and that's going to keep the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Arenado. Kyle Tucker looms on deck with 1 gone here in the top of the 3rd inning. And I wonder sometimes if the pitchers or the players, or there's a little bit of nervousness with all the fireworks that we had in the 1st inning, how this game will play out, if it's going to settle down. But I don't believe 3 runs for the Americans are going to be enough to win this game. There's a fastball swung on. It is grounded over to short. It is fielded neatly by Jimenez as he moves to his left. He throws to first, and they rule it's going to be safe at first base. They feel that the first baseman has come off the bag. We're going to see this here. I've got Will Little, but now he's reversed the call and he's called him out. So some shoddy mechanics going on here by the veteran umpires, major league umpires. I'm not sure what Will Little was looking at. He asked for some help. The throw was actually up in the air, and the tag was applied to Realmuto down the line, or on Nolan Arenado down the line. So that's probably what has happened here in this case. So they have, the throw was up. We're getting the replay of it, and it did look like it hit him in the shoulder. So that's going to be a ground out 6-3. And so actually, in all fairness, in some fairness to Little, he shouldn't have made the call either way. He should have went straight to Bellino to ask him if he saw it, and then he needs to make the call. As there's a fastball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. So those are basic mechanics. If you can't see that the tag has been applied, then you got to go to your plate umpire, ask them, and then you come up with the safe for the out call. Well, he made the call of safe, and then he has to go to the home plate umpire for help, and then he reverses his decision. As the fastball catches the outside corner, and now the count is 1-1. Those are P-Buck 101 mechanics that you would get back at the umpire school down in Florida. And here comes the 1-1 pitch. As he delivers, it is a fastball that misses down, and the count is now 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. So Tucker singled and drove in a run his first time up, but he was erased trying to go to third base on a throw by Acuna Jr. And there is a ball that is going to be aligned into the first base dugout, and that's going to run the count at 2-2. Kyle Tucker, 3 for 11 in the tournament. As the Venezuelan crowd is on their feet and they're cheering loudly in Miami. So Garcia rocking into the motion. He kicks and he delivers. It is a fastball swung on. This ball is lined into deep right field. It's going to get down. It's going to get off the wall. Santander picks it up on a hop, and he throws it back in, and cruising into second base with a 2-out double is Kyle Tucker. That's going to be his 2nd hit of the ball game. So Tucker with a double has got in scoring position with 2 gone, and it's going to bring Tim Anderson to the plate. So Tim Anderson tonight is 0 for 1. He struck out in his only appearance against Jose Ruiz. He was the first batter that Ruiz faced. And he is coming up to face Luis Garcia for the first time. Kyle Tucker, one of the few players, by the way, not to wear batting gloves in all of Major League Baseball. I counted at the end of last season going into this year, at least 10 guys, 10 players do not wear gloves. The first pitch is a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1 on Tim Anderson. Anderson 4 for 12 in the tournament with no homers and 4 runs batted in. Waggling the bat here, waiting on the offering from the right-hander Garcia. And Garcia kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball that misses down. They appeal over to the first base umpire. They say he didn't go. That is going to run the count now even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. It is fun to watch Luis Garcia. I don't think the Houston Astros are going to skip a beat losing Justin Verlander. Hunter Brown, if he is going to slot into that rotation with all the other arms they have. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is grounded to third. Suarez fields it on the hop. He fires to first, and that is going to do it. It's going to be a ground out 5-3 for the third out of the inning. Well, the Team USA had no runs in the inning. They did get a hit by Tucker. There were no errors and one runner left the board. We're now through 2.5. It is Team USA 3, Venezuela 2. Stick around, everybody. We appreciate you guys for being here. Hang tight. We'll be right back in just a couple moments. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the 9, 1, and 2 hitters in the batting order to come to bat for Venezuela here in their half of the third inning. That means Andres Jimenez, the top of the order, Jose Altuve, and Anthony Santander, as it has been Lance Lynn who has got the start here tonight, and he has gone the first 2 innings. But he looks like he is sort of settling into a bit of a groove as he is retired 4 of the last 5 hitters he has faced. If you include the Suarez being put out on a single as he tried to stretch it into a double, maybe it's all 5. He did give up that 2-run homer to Luis Arias in the first inning that cut the lead to 3-2. And as I said at the outset, I think Team USA is going to need more than 3 runs to win this ball game, as Venezuela has some hot bats, and they are pretty good on the mound. And so the Americans have their work cut out for us. It is not going to be a slam dunk. Well, Lynn has completed his warm-up tosses, and we're ready to resume the action. As the first pitch to Andres Jimenez is a 91-mile-an-hour fastball. It's taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. Jimenez in the tournament is 4 for 14. He is batting .286 with no homers and an RBI. Cleveland Guardians all-star hits from the left side here against the right-handed throwing Lance Lynn, who kicks and delivers. It is a changeup that misses upstairs, and the count is now 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Jimenez. Defensively, both of these teams have made some flashy plays, but nothing yet has stood out like the play that Randy Arozarena made in the game last night against Puerto Rico, having to go into the gap to make a catch. As there's a fastball swung on and fouled away. The count is 1-2. But I'm sure before this game is finished, there will be some talking points defensively, positively for one or both of these teams. They are fun to watch, are both of the clubs. And there's a breaking ball that swung on and fouled away. And the count remains at 1-2. For those of you who are pro-USA or pro-Venezuela, either way, either of these 2 clubs will be entertaining. It's a bit of a shame that they're meeting in the quarterfinals, because I think both of these clubs, and that also includes the Dominican, are stronger than the Cubans and the Mexican ball clubs. And so there's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is now 2-2. And certainly Cuba got off to a rocky start, and they were a beneficiary of the tiebreaker. Everybody in that group with Cuba ended up at 2-2. I think it was Italy, Cuba, the Netherlands, the Taiwanese, and I can't recall the other team that was in that group. I think it was South Korea. And had to go to some crazy tiebreaker to be able to determine who was going through, as that fastball misses outside. Count is now 3-2 to Jimenez. And so All the Netherlands had to do was win the game, and it probably would have put the Cubans out. And they couldn't finish the deal after starting 2-0 in the tournament. There's a fastball that misses down. And Andres Jimenez, the 9-hole hitter, is aboard with a leadoff walk here in the third inning, and that's going to bring the top of the order, Jose Altuve, to the plate. Well, Altuve tonight got the party started on the first pitch of the ball game. He had a line drive single into left field. He later came around to score a run on the home run by Luis Arias. He is now 3 for 13 in the tournament. So Altuve steps to the plate. We don't see a lot of small ball from the North American or the South American sides. But buckle up when the Japanese play, because you'll get to see a lot of bunting and a lot of movement and a lot of where they put the runners in different types of motion. So here comes the first offering now to Altuve. He bats with Jimenez at first. He gets himself his lead. And here's the offering from Lynn. It is a fastball that misses down for ball one, and the count is 1-0. Altuve hits with a slightly open stance. I don't remember Altuve being as open as this. I normally see him and remember him as being more square to the pitchers that he's facing. So Altuve waiting here on the offering from Lynn. They have got him shifted to the left a little bit. The second baseman, Tim Anderson, is just to the right of second base, as there's a fastball that just misses up and in for ball two, and the count is 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes to Altuve. That was a 93-mile-an-hour fastball, that last pitch from Lynn. Lynn's been hovering right around he's been sitting about 92, 93. I've seen him touch 94 today. So here we go. Here comes the offering now to Altuve. He kicks and delivers. It is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is now 2-1. Jimenez does have wheels. He can run a little bit, though he does not have a stolen base in this tournament. And his career versus Lance Lynn, Altuve has a career .384 batting average. There's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is now 3-1. When I think of Lance Lynn, I think of him with the St. Louis Cardinal organization early in his career. He was quite good, but since then he's bounced around a little bit. He has landed in the Windy City. He's also spent time in Boston and in Texas. He is a big fella, that is for sure. Here comes the pitch, and it is a breaking ball swung on and fouled away, and that's going to run the count full to Altuve. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Just as a friendly reminder, we will be back on the airwaves tomorrow. For the winner of this game will take on the Cubans. So hopefully you guys can pop in and join us as well. That will go at 7 Eastern or 4 Pacific, as the right-hander Lynn works from the stretch position. Here's the 3-2. There goes the runner. It's a fastball swung on. It is lifted down the right field line. Mookie Betts is moving over, and it's just going to drift into the seats. It's a foul ball, and we're going to do it all over again. But Jimenez was on the move and probably trying to stay out of a double play. So he is going to have this one done all over again. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Jose Altuve. Altuve digs himself in, and we're ready to go again. Curious to see if Lynn's going to try to take something off the pitch. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is grounded over to third. It is fielded by Arenado. He throws to first. And that is going to retire Altuve on a ground out 5-3. The ball was hit softly. He had to charge it. Jimenez is going to be safe at second. So you're able to advance the runner. Not exactly textbook advancement by any stretch. And that is going to bring up the right fielder, Anthony Santander. And we have our friends on Twitch, Gazelli, who is checking in to say hello, and we welcome you. Everybody else who is listening on Twitch. We are calling the game both on YouTube and on Twitch. We appreciate everybody who is here listening in tonight. So here comes the offering from Lynn. It's a breaking ball that just misses outside to Santander for ball one, and the count is 1-0. Santander has had himself a hot series. He is 6 for 14. He's got a couple of homers and 5 RBIs. He popped out to the third baseman his first time up in this one. And so here we go as the right-hander works to the set position and delivers. It is a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into shallow left center field. Moving over to his left and making the catch is Kyle Tucker, and that's going to retire Santander for the second out of the inning. So 2 up and 2 away, and that's going to bring up the hero so far for Venezuela. It's Luis Arias, who hit the 2-run homer back in the first inning. The pitch that he hit off of Lance Lynn, it was an absolute no-doubter. He was right on time with it, and he hammered that pitch into the seats. It was measured at about 377 feet, about 10 rows back, as he has opened up the scoring for the Venezuelans. So Arias digs himself in, and he is ready to go. As we said, he was the American League batting champion last year for the Minnesota Twins. He was part of the trade that sent Pablo Lopez, his Venezuelan teammate, going the other way, as there's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Pablo Lopez, who was arguably maybe one of the top 2 or 3 starting pitchers for Miami last year, is now a Minnesota Twin. And of course, Arias is going to be playing most likely second base. And there's a fastball that swung on. This ball is lifted down the left field line. Racing over is Kyle Tucker, and that ball is just going to hit off the wall, foul down the left field line, and it's going to run the count to 0-2 on Arias. One of the highlights of Arias is he's got very, very good bat-to-ball skills. He is fun to watch. He does not strike out a ton. We're ready to do this one all over again. So Lance Lynn gets the baseball. He rubs it up. And now we're ready to go at it again. And here comes the offering to the left-handed hitting Arias. He kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is lifted down the left field line. Tucker drifting over. He makes the catch, and that is going to do it. Tucker, a busy man in this inning, as he had 2 of the 3 outs come his way. No runs in the inning. They strand the leadoff walk to Andreas Jimenez. There were no runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 left the board. We are now through 3 complete. It is Team USA 3 and Venezuela 2. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call. The top of the 4th inning when we return. Glad you guys could make it in here with us tonight. We'll be right back after this. Or that. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving ourselves to the bottom half or top half of the 4th inning, as Team USA will send the bottom third of the batting order to come to bat. It will be Kyle Schwarber, JT Realmuto, and Trey Turner, as they are going to be facing the reliever Luis Garcia, who will be coming back in for his 2nd inning of work. So that is what we have here. So it is going to be Schwarber, Realmuto, and Turner to face Luis Garcia here in the top half of the 4th inning. Just taking a look at what's coming up here in the next little bit on our channel. If you're new to the channel, don't forget to give us a bookmark or subscribe. We will be calling some Japanese games toward the end of next week. And if things, depending on how this game goes here tonight, we may add one to our schedule, as there are Japanese games going on over in Japan. And we usually do some of the exhibition games. We don't do a ton of them. But if there is, we may add the Hawks and the Bay Stars tonight to our schedule. And the first pitch is a fastball swung on and fouled away. And the count is quickly 0-1. That was fouled off the catcher, Salvador Perez. Perez took a foul ball in the mask in the first inning. They were concerned whether he was going to stay in the ball game or not, and he has taken a couple of balls tonight. Just seems that way. Every once in a while, catchers seem to be able to be like a magnet. And if they get one, they get 2 or 3 in a row. There was a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count's 1-1 to Schwarber. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Schwarber batting from the left side against the right-handed slants of Garcia. There's a fastball that misses down and away, and the count is now 2-1. One of the questions I had in the opening part of the ball game was why Schwarber was in the lineup against Martin Perez. As Martin Perez was a left-handed pitcher, but Perez didn't make it past the 5th hitter of the inning. There's a fastball swung on it, is grounded, and it's going to get past Altuve into right field. They had the shift on. Altuve was in the right spot, but not able to keep the ball in front of him, and Schwarber is going to get himself a base hit. As that is going to be a leadoff single for Schwarber here in the 4th inning, and it'll bring up the catcher, JT Realmuto. Well, for Schwarber, that's going to be his 2nd hit of the tournament. He now puts him at 2 for 8. And Realmuto, who steps to the plate, has had a hot stick. He is 4 for 6 in the tournament. He had a double to lead off the 2nd inning his last time up. But he was stranded at 3rd. So here comes the first offering to Realmuto, as Garcia delivers a fastball taken for a called strike. And the count is 0-1. Realmuto used to have his home games in Miami, as he was originally a Marlin to begin his career. He was flipped over to the Philadelphia Phillies. I think of all the great players that the Marlins have had for a short time, drafted, developed, and then flipped away because they really don't want to pay their players. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is in the hole at short. A great play by Jimenez, but he throws it away at second, and it gets by Altuve, and the runners are all going to move up. What a fantastic play by Jimenez to go backhand into the 6 hole. He tries to throw off a 1 foot. The ball was down. It skips by Altuve. It goes into shallow right field, and all of the runners are going to advance the base. And so some shoddy defense at that end. A great play by Jimenez to get to the ball. He flips off a 1 foot to throw back to second base, but Altuve unable to come up with it. But even worse, unable to stop the ball and keep it in front. And that is going to be a fielder's choice, most likely. And then it's going to advance Schwarber to 3rd and Realmuto to 2nd on the error by the shortstop. That's how I would score it, and we'll get that official confirmation from the official scorer in Miami in just a moment. But that's going to bring up the shortstop, Trey Turner. It's going to bring the Venezuelan infield back in as they're going to try to cut off a run at the plate. So some shoddy Venezuelan defense. Actually, some sparkling Venezuelan defense followed by some shoddy defense, all in the same play. They're not right up on the grass, are the Venezuelans. They're all in, even with the baseline. And here comes the offering. It is a fastball. It's taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1 to Turner. So no balls and 1 strike. I'll have to take a look to see exactly how they're going to score that, but I would have to think that's got to be an E6 charged to the Venezuelan shortstop. And that's exactly what it was. There's a fastball swung on it. Is grounded back to Jimenez. He dives to his right. He stops the ball. He gets up and he throws Turner out at first place. So we've seen the best, the worst, and the best of Jimenez in 2 plays back to back. He made a great play to get to the ball, made a poor decision in firing it away, and then makes a spectacular play diving to his right to field the ball, and he gets Trey Turner by a couple of steps at first base, but more importantly, holding the runner Schwarber at 3rd and Realmuto at 2nd. And that is if you were a Venezuelan fan. If you're an American fan, then you're probably pounding your fist and looking for another beer because that was an opportunity to not just cash in one run, but potentially get two. Great play by Jimenez. That brings up the top of the order in Mookie Betts. Betts is waiting on the first offering from Garcia. It's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and one strike it is. Betts batting from the right side. He is 1 for 2 in this one. He's got a single and a run scored. He's also grounded into a double play. And here's the pitch from Garcia. It's a breaking ball that Betts waves at and misses, and the count is now at 0-2. Betts for the tournament is 5 for 19. As we said, he led off the ball game with a single and scored the first run for the Americans as he was brought home on a poor throw by the center fielder Acuna as he was trying to go first to third back in the first inning. And now we've got a visit to the mound by Salvador Perez as he's gone out to speak to his right-hander Garcia. And that conference is over as he heads back toward home plate. Some of the rules that they're being played in the Classic here, I'm not as up on as I should be. I know that there's no pitch clocks, obviously, and then other situations here, such as mound visits and all the rest, I'm not sure how they're playing this one. There's a fastball swung on, and this time it's fouled off the home plate umpire, Dan Bellino. So both the catcher Perez and Bellino have been struck tonight. Perez, I think, 3 times by my count, and Bellino takes that one flush for the first time as well. So here comes the 0-2 offering from Garcia, who kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball swung on. It is lifted into center field. Drifting back on it is Acuna Jr. He makes the catch. Tagging at third and scoring is Schwarber. The throw goes in the direction of third base. It's going to hold the runner Realmuto at second, but the Americans have increased their lead on a sacrifice fly by Mookie Betts. And the score is now 4-2 for Team USA over Venezuela, as that is the second out of the inning, and that will bring up the center fielder, Mike Trout. Well, for Trout tonight, he has singled and scored a run, and he struck out his last time up. He is now 6 for 14 in the tournament. As he strides to the plate, he'll be followed by Paul Goldschmidt should he get on. So Garcia holds at the chest. He checks the runner over at second, and now he kicks and delivers. It is a fastball that misses down for ball one, and the count is 1-0. They do have the open base at first base, but it doesn't get any easier for the right-hander Garcia, as Paul Goldschmidt was the National League MVP last year. So the right-hander comes to the set position. He checks the runner at second. And now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away. It's going to reach the seats down the first base line, and the count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Trout. Garcia gets himself a new baseball. He rubs it up, and he's ready to go back at it. As he holds at the belt, he checks the runner and now delivers. It's a fastball at 94, swung through and missed. And now the count is 1-2 to Mike Trout. It is fun to watch this kind of baseball. We've got some of the best in the biz, and you're definitely seeing it here on display tonight for both Team USA and the Venezuelans. You have to wonder what kind of home field advantage it is for Team USA to be playing in Miami. There is a very large Latin contingent. As here comes the offering from the righty. It is a fastball swung on and fouled away. It's going to keep the count at 1-2 to Trout. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. "4-2, USA has the lead with 2 gone here in the top of the 4th inning. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Mike Trout. Garcia's got himself a new baseball. It Unlike last night where we could see some empty seats, I don't see too many empty seats tonight except for the 4 in a row behind home plate, but I don't know if those are scouts or who it is. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count remains at 1-2 to Trout. For the most part, there are not too many empty seats to be had in Miami tonight. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. Trout digs himself back in, ready for another offering from the righty Garcia. As they pan the crowd, you can see that there are a lot of people in the upper deck as the breaking ball just misses outside, and the count goes to 2-2. So Garcia ready to go back at it. He gets himself another baseball. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Trout. He waggles the bat. He checks the runner at second and now delivers. It is a changeup that's swung on. It's fouled away. And yet again, Salvador Perez is the bullseye as that ball has come off of him. That's the 4th time on the Perez meter that he has been hit by a foul ball tonight. So Salvador Perez, that time there, it got him on the right thigh as he's working off of his right knee. That is why it drives me crazy watching the catchers working off of one knee, especially with runners on base. All your padding and protection is on the shins and on the knees. You have no protection on your quads. And he took that foul ball right off the quad. It's going to tighten up for him, I'm sure, through the course of the ball game. So 2 balls and 2 strikes it is, and we're going to do it all over again. Here's the pitch from Garcia. It's a breaking ball that is lined right to the glove of the third baseman, Eugenio Suarez, and that is going to do it, as that is going to be out number 3. Trout hit the ball on the screws, but right to the glove of Suarez. There was a run in the inning, and there was a hit. There was no errors and 1 runner left aboard. We are now through 3.5. It is Team USA 4 and Venezuela 2. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple of moments with the call at the bottom of the 4th inning. We appreciate you guys for being with us. We'll be back in just a couple moments, everybody. It is 4-2, Team USA, as we cruise to the bottom of the 4th inning. You get a chance. Go say hello to our friend Steve Rademacher. If you don't know who he is, well, this is his introduction right now.
This is Steve Rademacher, and I'd like to introduce you to my channel if you haven't seen it before. These are all the things I enjoy: sports, autographs, relics, non-sports Hall of Famers, pseudo-sports, Star Wars. That's my channel name and my name, and I would really appreciate it if you would come check me out and maybe even subscribe if you like it. Thank you for that for now, and back to your ball game.
Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the bottom half of the 4th inning, and it is going to be the heart of the Venezuelan batting order to face Lance Lynn, who is on to begin his 4th inning of work, and that means it's going to be Salvador Perez, Ronald Acuna Jr., and David Peralta face the big, hard-throwing right-hander. And Lance Lynn is ready to go back to work. Perez has been clocked 4 times, as we've said, behind home plate tonight on foul balls and foul tips. He is 0 for 1 as he's flown out to left field, and certainly in that first inning, he had that one right off the mask. But he is here with a very open stance, ready to face Lance Lynn for the 2nd time tonight. And the first pitch is a fastball that is hammered foul down the left field line. The count is quickly 0-1. Perez on the tournament is 5 for 11. He's got a homer and 5 runs batted in. The first inning, he did fly out to the left fielder, Kyle Tucker. Tucker's been a busy man tonight. He's got 3 of the 9 putouts so far, and there's a changeup swung on it. Is grounded up the middle. Tim Anderson, who has moved over to the left side of the infield, moves to his right to get it, and he fields it. He throws to first. It's going to retire Perez on a ground out 4-3 for out number 1. That is going to bring up the center fielder, Ronald Acuna Jr. As we mentioned before, we'll be back on the airwaves again tomorrow night for Cuba and the winner of this one. And then we will follow up that with some more baseball yet again, as we will do Monday night. It'll be Japan, Mexico. And the championship is Tuesday night. As the pitch is a fastball that misses upstairs for ball 1, and the count is 1-0 to Acuna Jr. Acuna Jr. lined out to the center fielder. Trout, his first time up. He is 3 for 16 in the tournament. He's batting below the proverbial Mendoza line. And here's the pitch. It is a fastball taken for a called strike. And the count is 1-1. Acuna Jr. followed by David Peralta here in the 4th inning. As he waggles the bat, Linton gets his sign from Realmuto and delivers. There's a fastball that misses down and in, and the count is 2-1. 49 pitches so far for the right-hander Lynn. Curious to see how far they're going to let him ride, as he is been fairly efficient through his first 3 innings work. He had 44 pitches. They like to say the rule of thumb is 15 pitches per inning. If you can keep that in check, you've got a good chance to get at least 6 innings in. And there's a fastball swung on. It is grounded over to Turner at short. He picks it up. He fires to first, and that is going to do it for Acuna Jr. He goes down on a ground out 6-3 for out number 2. That is going to bring up the left fielder, David Peralta. Well, for Peralta, he is 0 for 1 tonight. He grounded to the shortstop his first time up. 4 for 11 in the tournament. So he gets himself into the batter's box, and we're ready to resume the action. As we have a little pause here. So here we go. Lance Lynn getting his sign from Realmuto. He kicks and fires. It's a fastball swung on, and it's grounded through the 4-hole into right field. And Peralta is aboard with a 2-out single. That is going to put him on here for the first time tonight, and it'll bring up the third baseman, Eugenio Suarez. Well, Suarez has had a hot bat in this tournament. He is 7 for 11. He had a single his first time up. It was actually a double. He had slid into second base, but he ended up where he had come off the bag, and Trey Turner was able to keep the tag on him and ended up applying it for the out. It was a good throw by the right fielder, Mookie Betts, who put it right on the money. But Suarez had hit the ball hard, only to be hosed at second base. And now we have a conference on the mound, as the pitching coach for the United States has come out the mound to have a couple of words with their starter, Lance Lynn, here. Everything has gone pretty well for Lynn. One would think that he probably is going to get an opportunity to come on back out to start the bottom of the 5th inning, assuming Andy Pettit, who's the pitching coach here, will allow him to do so. I would think that would be, if he can take care of Suarez, one would think he's going to come back out and be able to see 8, 9, and 1. They do have action in the bullpen. It is Kendall Graveman, the Chicago White Sox reliever, who's up and throwing. But I don't know how long the leash is for Lynn. And here's the pitch. It is a fastball that just misses inside to Suarez for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. A lot more action to come, not just here tonight, but Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, the wrap-up of this tournament. There's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. The count is 1-1. Suarez, as we were saying before, began his career with the Detroit Tigers, was flipped for Alfredo Simon. He spent a number of years in Cincinnati, and then the Reds dealt him to Seattle before the start of last year. Here's the pitch from Lynn. It's a fastball that misses down, and the count is 2-1. And in some ways, it looked like it was a contract dump by Cincinnati, as maybe the thoughts were that Jesse Winker might have been the guy that they really wanted. But Suarez put together a decent season for the Mariners, and both at the plate and in the field, and he's a major contributor to that group. The Mariners are the team that you got to keep a lookout for, as they've got a solid chance and a great pitching staff maybe to get themselves to a deep run in the postseason. As that pitch misses inside, the count's now 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike to Suarez. Lynn ready to go at it again. The runner at first, Peralta, establishes his lead as he works set to the belt. And now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on. It is lifted foul. It's going to reach the seats down the right field line. That's going to run the count to 3-2 on Suarez. Should Suarez reach, it'll be Gleyber Torres who waits his turn on deck. And as we mentioned before, curious to see if Miguel Cabrera might be used as a pinch hitter at some point in this game. He did not get the start for the Venezuelans tonight. So here comes the offering as the right-handed hitting Suarez waits on the payoff pitch. There goes the runner. It's a breaking ball swung on and fouled away, and the count remains at 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes it is to the Venezuelan third baseman. As Lynn gets himself a new baseball, he rubs it up, and he's ready to go back to work. Suarez digs back in, and he's ready to get the offering here from Lynn. Lynn leans in. He gets his sign from Ariel Muto. They're not holding the runner at first, as Peralta will be off to the races, and there he goes. Here's the pitch. It is a fastball swung on and missed. Suarez is down on strikes for out number 3, and that is going to do it here for the Venezuelans in the bottom half of the 4th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left aboard. We're now through 4 complete. It is Team USA 4, Venezuela 2. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call at the top of the 5th inning. After this, appreciate you for being here. USA coming to bat next. "4-2 USA over Venezuela." We're moving to the top of the 5th inning. We'll be back in just a couple moments after this from our good friend Matt.
Well, you've got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just one roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole.
Appreciate you, Matt Hollis, and your support of our channel. And in turn, we like to support Matt Hollis. Be sure to check him out. That's another Hollis build. And that is good old Matt Hollis, as we mentioned before. So it is going to be coming up for Team USA. It'll be the 3, 4, and 5 hitters in the batting order. It's going to be Paul Goldschmidt, Nolan Arenado, and Kyle Tucker here in the 5th inning, as they are going to get things going here against, well, as of right now, we still have it as Luis Garcia, but we'll check it here just to double check, and it's still going to be Garcia on the mound for the Venezuelans. He has been electric since he has entered the ball game, so he is going to continue on here. 4-8-0 for the Americans, 2-4-2 for the Venezuelans. That is your line score so far in this one. So Garcia is back on the hill, ready to go again. Paul Goldschmidt, 1 for 2 tonight, a single, a run scored, and he has also struck out as he swings through a breaking ball for a quick count of 0-1. Goldschmidt on the tournament is 4 for 13. He's batting at .308. He did drive in a run his first time up, which was his first RBI of the tournament, as the pitch is a fastball that just misses the outside corner and the count runs even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Goldie. He was the National League MVP last year. He had a very strong season, did Goldschmidt, as the pitch is a breaking ball that is swung on and missed. The count now goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Goldschmidt. In fact, not only did he have a strong season, he flirted with a Triple Crown for quite a while, and it wasn't until September where he faded a little bit. That breaking ball misses down, and that runs the count to 2-2. There was a lot of talk about certainly a lot of talk about Aaron Judge and possibly getting a Triple Crown. There's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is lined into left field on his horse's Peralta. He's moving toward the foul line, and he dives and he makes the catch. And that is going to retire Goldschmidt. A very nice play by the left fielder Peralta. And we saw a lot of defensive plays in last night's game between the Puerto Ricans and the Mexicans. And that is, in my opinion, the first highlight reel catch right there. Peralta had to go hard to his right. The left-handed thrower reached out with his right-handed glove, and he was able to make the grab as he fell face first to the turf. Goldschmidt is retired for the first of the inning. A good swing by Goldschmidt, as it was a sinking liner to left field. But a nice play there by the left fielder Peralta to retire Goldie for out number 1. And that is going to bring up the third baseman, Nolan Arenado, who swings at the first pitch and fouls it off for strike 1. Arenado tonight is 1 for 2. He's got a single and 2 trips. He is 6 for 17 in the tournament. Arenado has been very, very strong, both at the plate and defensively, as he's waiting here on the offering from the right-hander Garcia, who delivers a breaking ball that is taken for a called strike. The count is 0-2. Oh boy, Dan Bellino, he's getting that. He's hearing that from Arenado. Arenado thought the pitch was up. We see the K zone. We thought it was up, and that pitch was well over the head of Salvador Perez, but he was able to pull it back down. And there's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted down the right field line. Moving over is the right fielder for Venezuela, Anthony Santander, but he's going to watch that sail into the seats. That's going to be no balls and 2 strikes still to Arenado. Boy, that pitch was definitely up in the zone. Well, maybe Bellino is not in midseason form either. Some of the players may not be, and there's a breaking ball swung on it. It's grounded over to first. It is fielded neatly by the first baseman, Arias. He calls off the pitcher covering. He's going to take it himself, and Arenado is retired on a ground out to 3 for out number 2. Have to say, though, Arenado, good piece of hitting by him to try to stay inside the ball. Wasn't a long swing. Tried to be able to inside out it to the right side, but couldn't get it through the 4-hole there as he is retired for out number 2. And that is going to bring up Kyle Tucker to the plate. Tucker tonight has a single and a double to his name. He's also driven in a run. He's now 4 for 12 in the tournament. He's also was erased trying to go from first to third on a ball that it was able to have retired him back in the first inning. They have the shift on for him in the infield. The outfield is straight away. The infield, they have 3 fielders to the right side of second base. The third baseman, Suarez, is in a shallow shortstop position, somewhere halfway between the bags of second and third. Here comes the pitch from Garcia. It's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count now is 1-1 to Tucker. So 1 ball and 1 strike. As we mentioned earlier, Tucker is one of those few players that chooses not to wear batting gloves. He is a old school kind of guy. He likes the way the bat feels in his hands. He's the younger brother of Preston Tucker, who was once property of the Astros. There's a fastball that is swung on. This ball is belted into deep right field. If it stays fair, it's trouble. And this one's gone, a home run. And Kyle Tucker is one hit now, being a triple, shy of the cycle, a solo shot to right field. It stayed to the left of the right field foul pole, and the Americans have increased their lead to 5-2 on that frozen rope by Tucker. Ball was absolutely scorched. He's getting the high fives all around from his teammates as he heads back to the dugout. But Kyle Tucker having himself a ball game tonight with his third hit of the game. That one got out in a hurry, and the Americans now have extended their lead to 5-2 here in the fifth inning. And we'll go right back at it as Tim Anderson steps to the plate. He takes a first pitch fastball for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Tucker wasted no time getting around the bases. You see some of the guys, they take their time. They do all these extra shuffles, and Tucker, it was like a full-on sprint. Here's the pitch from Garcia. It's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is knifed down the right field line, but it's going to drift into the seats. Tim Anderson was trying to give a souvenir to the fans in the same section as Kyle Tucker had just done. Now the count is no balls and 2 strikes to Anderson. Anderson's 0 for 2 tonight. He's struck out and grounded it his 2 trips to the plate. And Garcia gets his sign from Perez, and he rocks in the motion and delivers. It is a breaking ball that misses down. But Anderson was able to keep his bat back, and that's going to run the count to 1-2. Anderson 4 for 13 in the tournament. As he waggles the bat, the right-hander Garcia rocks into the motion. He kicks and fires. That's a breaking ball that bounces about 10 feet in front of the plate, and that's going to even the count at 2s. So 2 balls and 2 strikes it is. We're pleased to have you with us tonight, and we hope you're enjoying the call. We'll be doing a full slate of games throughout the Major League season as well as the Japanese League. And there's a breaking ball swung on and missed. And that is going to retire Anderson for the 3rd out of the inning, but there was damage done. It was the solo shot by Kyle Tucker, extending the American lead to 5-2. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left aboard in the 5th for Team USA. We're halfway through this one. Venezuela coming to bat. We'll be right back in just a couple moments, everybody. We appreciate you guys for being with us tonight. Stick around. We'll be back in a few. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the bottom half of the 5th inning. It's going to be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters in the Venezuelan batting order. That means Gleyber Torres, Andreas Jimenez, and Jose Altuve. Lance Lynn went the first 4 innings of this one, but we are going to have a pitching change as Daniel Bard, who is getting hot in between innings, is going to be coming in to take over. So Bard on in relief of Lance Lynn, as he will take over here to face the Venezuelans at 8, 9, and 1 in their batting order. I would have thought they may have stuck with Lynn for another inning, but I guess they had seen enough and they felt that that was best to make the move to go to the bullpen. For Daniel Bard, he is going to be making in this tournament his third appearance. He's worked an inning and 2/3. He's allowed 4 hits, 4 runs, all of which have been earned. He's walked 2 and he has struck out 2, and he has a fluffed up ERA of a 21.6. But Bard is on in relief here. Of course, he was a Boston Red Sox and also has spent time in a couple of other organizations. If I'm not mistaken, the Colorado Rockies off the top of my head, which is where he is today. He began with the Red Sox, moved to Colorado. The first pitch is a breaking ball that just misses outside for ball 1, and the count is 1-0 to Torres. He had played from 2009 to 2013 with Boston, and then he missed the 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 season at the big league level. He had some issues with his elbows. It was thought that he was going to be a big league closer, or they were grooming him to be as such. He was a relief pitcher, and they were moving it that way, and then he's come back, and now he's had himself 34 saves and 37 attempts with the Rocks last year. Here comes the 2-0 offering to Torres, and that's a breaking ball that misses way outside, and the count is now 3-0. So almost a tale of 2 lives for Bard, playing with the Red Sox and then moving over to Colorado. Since joining the Rockies, he is 17-14 in terms of wins-losses. But the impressive part is he's put up 60 saves over the course of the last 2.5 years. And here's the pitch. It is a fastball that catches the inside corner for a called strike. And the count's now 3-1 to Torres. Torres 0 for 1 tonight. He struck out his first time up, 1 for 8 in the tournament. As I mentioned about Torres, I would think that this is going to be a moving year for him with the Yankees. He's going to have to do some stuff. There's a 95-mile-an-hour fastball that rides up and in, and Torres almost hits him, but he is going to be aboard with a leadoff walk. That will bring up Andreas Jimenez. Well, maybe Bard is not in midseason form. He really struggled, as we mentioned in his previous outings for Team USA, and this is picking up where he left off. So I wonder what his leash will be in this one. The third appearance here for Bard in the Classic. So Jimenez tonight comes to the plate. He walked in the 3rd inning, and he was stranded at second. He is 4 for 14 in the tournament, and the pitch to Jimenez is a 96-mile-an-hour fastball that catches the outside corner for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. The right-hander Bard gets his sign from his catcher Realmuto when he works to the set position, and now he holds set and kicks and fires. It is a breaking ball that is swung on and fouled away, and the count is now 0-2. That last pitch was breaking ball, but it was almost like a cutter. The ball really moved inside, and Jimenez did a good job to be able to turn on it. That ball was smacked foul down the right field line, hit the ball hard. So no balls and 2 strikes as the righty Bard works to the set position. And now he kicks and delivers. It is a check swing pitch that is chipped over the head of the pitcher, and it's not going to be fielded by anybody. It was an excuse me swing by Jimenez, and the ball just looped over the head of Bard. Arenado was racing in. He couldn't get it. Nobody was able to get it. And now the Venezuelans have got something brewing. That's going to be a base hit. They've got runners now at first and second, and not only did they have runners at first and second, but the runner at second base, Gleyber Torres, almost went over to third because Arenado was not in a position to be able to make the play, as he was in the sort of shortstop position there as he was being played into the shift. But now they've got something brewing to the Venezuelans, and now it's Jose Altuve coming to the plate. So Torres, the runner at second, Jimenez, the runner at first. And Jose Altuve stepping to the dish. He is 1 for 2 tonight. He singled on the first pitch of the ball game that he saw from Lance Lynn. He's also grounded out to third. So they are in double play depth up the middle, looking to turn 2. And the first pitch from Bard's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1 to Altuve. So lots of high-end entertainment. There's some drama here in this one, as the Americans find themselves in a little bit of difficulty. The runner at second, Torres. The runner at first, Jimenez. 0-1 to Altuve. As Bard holds set at the chest. He checks the runners and now delivers. And it's a fastball that goes all the way to the backstop. And the runners are going to bounce up a base. That pitch wasn't even close. It was a wild pitch. You can see as soon as that ball left the hand of the pitcher, everybody has moved up, and it's going to even the count to 1-1 on Altuve. And it doesn't get any easier as Anthony Santander waits his turn on deck. They do have that open base, but one would have to think they're going to have to attack him. And Andy Pettitte is sprinting out to the mound to have a word with his right-hander. So now he's coming out having quick discussion with him, and it looks like Dave Righetti is on the phone in the bullpen, as they're going to probably get somebody up. They had Kendall Graveman up earlier. It looked like he was going to come in the middle of an inning to get through somebody, so I'm curious to see who the Americans are going to turn to if Daniel Bard's not able to get through this one. It is a feel-good story for Bard, as we said, missing the number of years from 2014 to the 2019 season, not playing in the big leagues. But this is the World Baseball Classic, and you're pitching for Team USA. It's time to get it going here. We have our friend, I don't know if it's Juan Chirillo in here. He's cheering for Venezuela. And here comes the offering to Jose Altuve. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count is 1-2. We do welcome everybody into the stream tonight who is here listening, whether you are new or whether you are a returning veteran to the Last Rouse Baseball channel. We appreciate you guys for being here. We do call a slate of Japanese games, and we also call slates of games in the MLB, so hopefully you can join us for all the calls. And here's the offering to Altuve. It's a breaking ball swung on and fouled away, and the count is 1-2 to Altuve. Altuve is followed by Santander and Arias. It is the top of the order. One concern for the Americans is that it's been the bottom part of the order who's been setting the table for the Venezuelans. The Torres and Jimenez have reached base 3 of the 4 times they've come to bat. And now you got the big boppers looking to do some damage. Here's the offering to Altuve. It's come inside. It's hit him. And down he goes. He's been hit in the hand with a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. He lost the bat. He's fallen down backwards, and the manager, Lopez, has come out of the dugout. And if I'm Andy Pettitte, I think I'm probably looking to be making a pitching change here because Daniel Bard does not have command of his pitches. That pitch there has gone off of Altuve, and I don't think it hit the bat. We're going to see if he's going to be able to stay in the game. The trainer has come out, and he's walking gingerly back toward the dugout. I don't know if they're going to give him some of that magic spray or if they're going to have to take him right out of the ball game. He's holding his hand. So if you're a Houston Astro fan, you've got to be sweating right now that maybe this is one of those players we saw the other day, Edwin Diaz. Edwin Diaz ended up with a torn, the patella tendon. And now Jose Altuve gets hit in the hand, and he's in the dugout right now. He's going to get some treatment, but I don't know if he's done for the night. We watched that one again. That pitch came up inside. And that's where it was. It looks like it hit the hand that was on the top of the bat. So it's his throwing hand that has been struck. He was diving into the pitch. I don't even know. Maybe even got his left hand as well, but he's down in some pain. And maybe if there's some fortunate part, I don't know. It looks like it got the top of the hand. I don't know if there's anything fortunate about that. If you've ever been hit like that, it is awfully, awfully painful. So that is going to bring up Anthony Santander to the plate. And there's a fastball. It gets all the way to the backstop. 1 run is going to score. And it has moved everybody up. We'll have to get you who the pinch runner is. But Daniel Bard, the wheels are just falling off the apple cart. I can't believe he's still in the ball game. That ball wasn't even close. That's a wild pitch. So the pinch runner for Altuve moves up. Torres is going to score. That cuts the score to 5-3. Andreas Jimenez advances over to third. So Anthony Santander had to do a little skip rope action there. It's Luis Rengifo, the pinch runner for Altuve, as he's entered the game. Rengifo, of course, is a Los Angeles Angel. So he is in for Altuve. Curious to see how long Altuve is going to be out for. There's a fastball that misses, and the count is now 2-0. I don't know what they're waiting for to be able to take Bard out. The reliever now up in the pen is Jason Adam. So 2 balls and no strikes. Here's the pitch from Bard. It's a fastball that misses outside, and the count goes to 3-0 on Santander. So 3 balls and no strikes. The runner at third, Jimenez. The runner at second, Rengifo. And Santander at the dish with a 3-ball and no strike count. There is nobody out here in the last half of the 5th inning. The Americans are holding on to a 5-3 lead. And here comes the pitch from Bard. It is a fastball at 96 that misses up and away. That's going to be ball 4. He's walked Santander on 4 straight pitches. And that is going to bring the manager DeRosa out of the dugout. And that is going to mercifully end the night for Bard. Bard faces 4 batters. He allows a hit, hits 1, and walks 2 batters. He does not get an out, and he's going to leave the game with a 5-3 lead. But that is in jeopardy as Luis Arias will come to the plate, and DeRosa has called to the bullpen as Jason Adam is going to be coming on in relief. Hang on, everybody. We've got a whole lot of action still to come. We'll take a mini break here, but boy, oh boy, the Venezuelans are flapping their wings. Look out. We've got an exciting finish still to come. We'll be right back in a couple. For those of you who are new here, we have our friends of the channel. Sometimes we have them do some infomercials, and why not? We have a relief pitcher, so here's our friend, Steve Rademacher.
Hey guys, while the manager's searching for a relief pitcher, let me help you with some relief channels. On top of mine and Freddy's, you can always check out Redbeard Breaks, Zero Fox Sports, you know another Hollis build, check them out again. Maybe Beast and Beauty Breaks, or even Dab's Family. Oh, looks like they have their pitcher, so after the game, check out some other videos by Freddy. They're fun, they're cool. Enjoy the game, peace out, and cheers!
Appreciate you, Steve, and your support of our channel, and in turn, we like to support Steve Rademacher. There is a pitching change for Team USA as Jason Adam is coming into the ball game. It's going to be his 3rd appearance of the tournament. He has worked 2 innings, and he has allowed no hits, no runs, no walks, and he has struck out 3. So he is coming on in a pressure cooker situation as Daniel Bard had come into the ball game and failed to retire any of the 4 batters that he faced. The Venezuelans have the bases loaded and are trailing the Americans 5-3 right now. And it is going to be Luis Arias, who is one of the most dangerous hitters in all of baseball, coming to the plate. Arias tonight is 1 for 2. He homered and drove in a couple of runs back in the 1st inning. He's also flown out to left field. He is 3 for 15 in the tournament. But he was the American League batting champion last year, who was dealt to the Marlins in the offseason. So he will call Miami his home. And he is coming to bat here to face the right-hander Jason Adam. So Adam is a Tampa Bay Ray, and he is used to pressure situations. And so right now, the defense for the Americans, they are in at the corners, but they are back in the middle. And so here comes the first pitch to Arias, and it's a breaking ball that misses down for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. You really don't like the feeling of this game, the way it went. The Americans jumped out with 3 in the 1st, and I said they were going to need some more to win here, but this lineup for the Venezuelans is as dangerous as anybody. And when you've got players like Miguel Cabrera sitting on the bench, a veteran bat that you can turn to in a situation maybe even late in the game, You've got all kinds of options that you can go to. And so that's what the Venezuelans might have as well. As you look at some of their others with like Omar Narvaez, not to mention they got Eduardo Escobar, who is not in the lineup, or even Hernan Perez. And here comes the 1-0 offering to Arias as Adam holds set. He kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Just a wealth of talent for the Venezuelans, as they have a pile of options at their disposal. As we mentioned, you've got Cabrera, Escobar, Perez, Narvaez. Those are 4 that are sitting on their bench tonight. And here comes the offering, 1-1 offering from Adam. It's a fastball swung on. It is hit over to second. It is fielded by the second baseman, Anderson. He goes to second for 1, and that's going to be a fielder's choice. A nice play by Anderson. He had to go into the 4-hole. He got the ball on 1 hop. He blindly threw it to second base, which was to Turner covering. It's going to erase Santander on a 6-4 fielder's choice for the first out of the inning. It is going to bring Andres Jimenez in to score. That is going to be the second run of the inning. It's cut the lead to 5-4. And Arias is aboard with that fielder's choice, as Rengifo has moved over to third. So they've got runners on the corners, do the Venezuelans. It is going to bring Salvador Perez to the plate. And there's only 1 away here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. So the right-hander Adam ready to go as he holds set at the belt. And now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball at 95 that misses inside for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. Doesn't get any easier. Perez will be followed by Ronald Acuna Jr. and then David Peralta. So the big catcher Perez here at the plate. They shade him a little bit to the left side. There's a gaping hole on the right side of the infield as the runner at first is being held by Paul Goldschmidt. And here's the offering from Adam. It is a breaking ball swung on it as tap foul over on the third base side. And the count goes even to 1-1 on Perez. Lots of excitement here tonight in Miami as the United States is clinging to a 5-4 lead. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning. The runner at third is Luis Rengifo. He's come in as Jose Altuve left the game after being hit by a pitch. The runner at first is Luis Arias, and it's a 1-1 count to Perez. And here comes the offering as the right-hander works from the set position. He kicks and fires. It is a fastball swung on. This ball is lined down the left field line. It's going to be trouble. It's going to be extra bases. It's into the corner. Rengifo has scored. Rounding second, heading to third, and heading now home. And then coming back, the brakes were thrown on as the runner Arias was looking to score, and the third base coach threw up the brakes late. He dives back into third. And now we've got runners at second and third with a Salvador Perez double. And the score is all locked up at 5. We got a brand new ball game on our hands here, folks. But it is a 5-5 ball game in Miami. And now it's going to be Ronald Acuna Jr. coming to the plate. Our friend Steve Rademacher not impressed in the chat with that, as he is cheering for Team USA. Well, the table was set by Daniel Bard. Bard had set the table. He couldn't throw strikes. Couldn't throw enough strikes. Set the table, couldn't get anybody out. Now Jason Adam has got to come in here and try to pick up the mess. And here's Ronald Acuna Jr. to the dish, and he takes a first pitch breaking ball over for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. They do have the open base, and David Peralta waits his turn on deck. This would be, if you're a Venezuelan time, the time for Acuna Jr. to come up big. He is 3 for 17 in the series. So here we go. Here comes the offering from Adam as he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on. It's lifted into deep center field. Racing back and moving back is Mike Trout. He's going to make the catch on the warning track. Tagging at third and heading home with the 6th run of the ball game is Luis Arias. And the Venezuelans have taken a 6-5 lead here in the bottom of the 5th inning. That is the 4th run of the inning, a crooked number on the board on a sac fly by Ronald Acuna Jr. He gets the job done. And that is the second out of the inning, and it'll leave it all up to the left fielder, David Peralta. Well, for the American fans that are listening in, oh boy, got to keep the Maylocks handy because the Venezuelans have taken the lead in this seesaw affair. If you asked me in the first inning if 5 runs would have been enough for the USA, I didn't think so, but I certainly don't know if the number 8 or 9 might be enough either. I just have a feeling the Venezuelan firepower is just too good. This game could end up on double digits for both sides. And here's the first offering to David Peralta. It's a breaking ball waved at it missed, and the count is 0-1. Peralta tonight, 1 for 2. He's got a single and 2 trips. He's also grounded to short. He is 5 for 12 in the tournament. As he waits here on the offering from Adam, who holds set at the belt. And now he kicks and delivers. It is a fastball swung on. It's tapped slowly to second base. Anderson struggles with it to field it. He plays some soccer with it, and then he underhands it to the first baseman, Goldschmidt. And that is going to retire Peralta, but a little bit of defensive excitement as Anderson almost didn't come up with that cleanly. It goes down as a ground out, 4-3 for the third out of the inning. Well, there was damage and lots of it here in the 5th inning for the Venezuelans. They got 4 runs in the inning on 2 hits. There was no errors, and there was 1 runner left the board. We are now through 5 complete. It is Venezuela 6, the United States 5. Stick around, everybody. Lots of baseball still to come. This is World Baseball Classics quarterfinal number 4. Winner of this plays Cuba tomorrow night. The loser goes home. We'll be right back in just a couple of moments. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the top half of the 6th inning. It is going to be the 7, 9, and 8 hitters, 7, 8, and 9 hitters coming to bat for the Team USA. That means Kyle Schwarber, JT Realmuto, and Trey Turner to come to bat. It is been a relief performance here by Luis Garcia, who is still in the ball game. He is the 3rd pitcher that's been used tonight by the Venezuelans, as Martin Perez did get the start. Jose Ruiz came on in relief, and now Garcia in again here, ready to go back to work. Schwarber is 1 for 2 tonight. He singled and scored a run his last time up. He's also flown to left field. 2 for 8 in the tournament is the left-handed hitting left fielder for the Philadelphia Phillies. There's lots of drama left in this one, as this is an entertaining game for sure. If you like offense, you are in the right place. So Garcia ready to go back to work as he gets his sign from his catcher, Salvador Perez. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses outside for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. That's the 56th pitch delivered by the right-hander Garcia since he's come into the ball game. So Luis Rengifo has entered the game at second base, as Jose Altuve was removed after that hit by pitch back in the last inning. And there is a fastball swung on it as pop foul. It's going to go down the third base line, but it's going to reach the seats. The count goes even to 1-1 on Kyle Schwarber. It is a battle of the bullpens now, and boy, did it not go well for Daniel Bard. It's a little bit unfortunate. As I said, Daniel Bard is kind of a feel-good story because he had missed a number of seasons He had ended up back with the Colorado Rockies, and he's pitched fairly well for them over the last couple of years. And there's a fastball that misses down. The count is now 2-1. And you can see why there's a lot to like about Bard. He's got a lot of movement on his pitches. He can be very tough to handle. But he did not have command of his pitches tonight. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Schwarber as Garcia delivers a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. And the count is now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes it is. Just as a reminder, we will be back on the airwaves again tomorrow night for the winner of this matchup will play Cuba. So we're excited to give you all the calls. Here's the offering from Garcia. It's a breaking ball swung on and tap foul behind home plate, and the count goes to 2-2. On top of that, it'll be Japan, Mexico on Monday. Those games are all going to be at 7 Eastern or 4 Pacific. And then, of course, we have the final on Tuesday night. As the winner of tomorrow's game will play the winner of Mexico-Japan for all the marbles. I have to say, you get into these tournament-type games, I hate to say it, but the needle sure swings toward the Japanese. There's a fastball swung on it as pop foul. It's going to reach the seats down the third baseline. And the reason I say that is you get into these tournaments where they can play a 1-game knockout, where they can nickel and dime you, play some small ball, execute the little things to win a single game. Maybe over the course of a longer type of season, that type of play wouldn't necessarily always work against these big bashing clubs, but certainly in a 1-game take-all type scenario, they have the tools to do it. There is a fastball swung on. This ball is belted into deep center field. Moving back is the center fielder, Acuna Jr. He's on the warning track. He makes the grab, and that is going to retire Schwarber for the first out of the inning. So 1 up and 1 away, and that is going to bring up the catcher, JT Realmuto. Well, for Realmuto tonight, he is officially 1 for 2. He doubled his first time up. He reached on a fielder's choice back in the 4th inning. He is 4 for 7 in the tournament. He's got no homers and a couple RBIs. He bats from the right side against the right-handed throwing Garcia. And one would have to think that Garcia will be here until he exhausts all his pitches. There are pitch count rules in the WBC. There's the offering. It is a breaking ball. Drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. As we mentioned, if you are new to the channel, we do the Japanese games late night. Less than 2 weeks to their opening day of their season, so hopefully you can join us. We'll be doing the Fighters and the Eagles, the Golden Eagles. As there's a breaking ball swung on and missed, and the count is now 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. Garcia. I think it's his sign for Perez, and he rocks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on his line to right field. Moving back toward the warning track and making an over-the-shoulder catch is Anthony Santander, and that's going to retire Realmuto. Realmuto hit the ball on the screws, but right to the glove of Santander for the second out of the inning. That's going to leave it all up to Trey Turner, who is coming to the plate looking for his first knock tonight. Turner, 0 for 1 on the evening. He's grounded to short, but he has walked. So we'll see what happens here. Here comes the first offering from the right-hander Garcia. It's a fastball at 94 that misses upstairs for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. The pitching rules for the World Baseball Club. First round, pitchers were limited to 65 pitches. That was the 66th pitch of the inning, or of the ball game, I should say. And there's a breaking ball that catches the outside corner, counts 1-1. But I do know that they extend that, and so obviously they're going to try to exhaust what they can. And I can't remember if it's 85 pitches in round 2 or 80 pitches, as there's a breaking ball swung on and missed. The count is now 1-2. One would think that Garcia will try to be exhausted here. We'll see what happens. There's a breaking ball that's down, and Dan Bellino goes up with the right hand, and that is going to retire Turner because he said he went around. And the Americans go quietly in their half of the 6th inning. There was no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. We're now through 6 complete. check that. We're going to the bottom of the sixth inning. The Venezuelans are the home team. It is a 6-5 lead for Venezuela. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Maybe we're not in midseason form, and based on that swing by Trey Turner, he's not either. We'll be back in just a couple moments, everybody. Thanks for being here with us. We appreciate you. Venezuela coming to bat right after this. If you guys are into baseball, Southern California style, be sure to check out our friend Matt Hollis. He is a friend and supporter of our channel. We really appreciate Matt. Here he is.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I'll take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the bottom of the sixth inning. It is going to be the 7, 8, and 9 hitters to come to bat for Venezuela. That means Eugenio Suarez, Gleyber Torres, and Andreas Jimenez to face the reliever Adam Ottavino, who is entering the ball game for the United States. He is going to be the fourth pitcher used. He is going to replace Jason Adam. So Adam Ottavino coming into the ball game here as the fourth pitcher used by the Americans tonight. And so Suarez, Torres, and Jimenez here to face him here in the inning, as we've got ourselves a 6-5 affair. As we are just working out our little technical difficulties, we were looking at some of the stuff tonight and looking to see how that was going to work. So we've got our ball game here back underway, as the starter here is, or the pitcher here for the Americans is Ottavino. The first pitch that is delivered to Eugenio Suarez is fouled away for strike one, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and one strike to Suarez. Back to work again as Ottavino kicks and delivers, and that pitch is just outside for a ball, and the count goes even at 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Ottavino works from the stretch position, though there is nobody on, and the Big O delivers a fastball, which is taken for a called strike. The count is 1-2. Ottavino wears the number 0, which matches the letter of his last name, a Big O. And here comes the 1-2 pitch as he kicks and fires. It is a fastball swung on and fouled away. It's going to reach the seats down the first base line, and the count remains at 1-2. Suarez tonight is a single in 2 trips. He struck out his last time up. He is 7 for 12 in the tournament. He's got a homer and 6 RBIs. They do play the shift on him in the infield. They have 3 infielders to the left side of second base. And he pitches a breaking ball that just misses off the outside corner, and the count goes even to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ottavino ready to go back to work again. That last pitch registered at 81 miles an hour. And here's the 2-2 offering. And it is a fastball swung on, and it's just grounded foul past the bag at third base. That keeps the count at 2-2. And Suarez, I think about it over time, the Detroit Tigers have given up on some prospects or players a little bit too early. They've run themselves into the ground. They flipped Suarez for Alfredo Simon. Another player they had was Hernan Perez. He's on the Venezuelan roster. Had himself a career with the Brewers. There's a fastball swung on and missed, and Suarez has gone down on strikes for the first out of the inning. I thought about Isaac Paredes last night with the Mexican team, who had a home run in the ball game, and there's been a few others that they've just given up on a little bit too soon, and they've gone on to flourish in other places. Maybe that will change a little bit with the new general manager in place in Detroit. But they have their issues, and so too do the Americans, as they are trailing right now 6-5 here in the bottom of the sixth inning. The first offering from Ottavino is a fastball that misses outside for ball one, and the count is 1-0 to Gleyber Torres. Torres 0 for 1 tonight. He struck out his first time up, and he walked and scored a run the last time. He is 1 for 8 in the tournament. So Torres here ready to get the offering from the righty Ottavino, who delivers a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is now 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. If you're around late night, maybe you'll be able to stay up and check us out. As we said before, we are doing the Japanese games, and depending on how this one finishes, we may squeeze one in a little bit later this evening. And there's a breaking ball that catches the inside corner, and now runs the count to 2-1 to Gleyber Torres. This has been a dangerous part of the order for the Venezuelans. Torres and Jimenez have reached base 3 out of 4 times at plate, the 8 and 9 hitters. They have not been able to solve that part of the order. And there's a breaking ball swung on, and it's fouled away down the right field line, and that's going to run the count now to 2-2 to Torres. There's nothing worse than allowing the bottom part of the order to reach base, setting the table for the top part of the order. But that is exactly what the Venezuelans have been doing tonight to the Americans. And unfortunately for Venezuela, they are going to be without Jose Altuve, and Houston Astros may be without him for a while too, as that pitch was right on the top of the throwing hand. I hope it's not a fracture of a hand. Hopefully maybe it's just a finger or a contusion, but I would have to say he's probably going to be out for a little bit. If you're a Houston fan, I don't see him starting the year. And there's a fastball that swung on and grounded over to third, and a little soccer style pickup by the Venezuelan third base coach that he pops it into his hand and gets it out of the way. And that's going to keep the count at 2-2 to Torres. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Andreas Jimenez waits his turn on deck. Torres with that open stance, ready to face the offering from Ottavino. It's a fastball swung on, and it's fouled away. It's going to reach the seats down the right field line. So 2 balls and 2 strikes will do it all over again. As the right-hander Ottavino works in the set position, he kicks and he delivers. It is a breaking ball, waved at and missed. And Torres goes down on strikes for the second out of the inning. 2 up and 2 away via the strikeout, and that is going to bring Andreas Jimenez to the plate. Well, Jimenez tonight has walked, he's singled, and he's scored a run. He is officially now 5 for 15 in the tournament. The Cleveland Guardians' second baseman, or predominantly second baseman, is the shortstop for the Venezuelans. Had himself an all-star season last year, and he's looking to pick up where he left off last year. He had an outside chance at being a 2020 player last year. He even has a little bit of pop in the stick. And here comes the offering from Ottavino. It's a fastball swung on, and it's grounded over to third. Diving play by Arenado. He gets up, he throws to first. What a fantastic play by the American third baseman. It goes down as a ground out 5-3, but you won't see that in the box score. He had to dive to his backhand side, comes up with the ball and fires a dart across the diamond to get Jimenez by a half a step. And that is going to do it here for Venezuela in their half of the 6th. There was no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. We're now through 6 complete. It is Venezuela 6, Team USA 5. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call at the top of the 7th inning when we return right after this. Phenomenal baseball right there. Well, that's exactly what makes Nolan Arrow the best third baseman in the game, or plays like that. Make sure you get onto Instagram or check out highlights later on YouTube. You'll be able to see that beautiful play that he made to end the inning. We'll be right back after some Japanese cheerleaders get us fired up for inning number 7. Welcome back, everybody. We are cruising to the top of the 7th inning. It is going to be Mookie Betts, Mike Trout, and Paul Goldschmidt slated to come to bat, which is the 1, 2, 3 hitters in the American batting order. It is going to be Carlos Hernandez on in relief of Luis Garcia. Fantastic outing by Garcia. He is really, really fun to watch. If you are a Houston Astro fan, or even if you don't like the Astros, he is a treat, and he pitched very well tonight in relief of both Martin Perez and Jose Ruiz. So Carlos Hernandez on in relief. He worked 2 innings. He allowed 1 hit, no runs, and struck out 4 in a pool play game against Nicaragua. But playing against the Americans is not pitching against Nicaragua. That is for certain. So he is going to be entrusted to try to be able to keep the Americans in check here in the top of the 7th inning. And so Mookie Betts will lead it off. And the first offering is a 100-mile-an-hour fastball that misses outside for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. So that ball there has got a little bit of giddy up on it. Not a whole lot of movement to it, though. So here comes the offering. He kicks and delivers. It's a 90-mile-an-hour breaking ball that misses down and away, and now the count quickly is 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. And now Salvador Perez is asked for time as he's going to go out and talk to his right-hander. I have to admit, I don't know much about Carlos Hernandez other than what he has done here in the Classic. We have Darwinian Hernandez. There's a few Hernandezes on the staff, but Carlos Hernandez is a Kansas City Royal right-hander who spent the last 3 seasons with Kansas City. He had a fluffed-up ERA last year, and it's now 2 balls and 1 strike to Mookie Betts as he fouled that one away. And so here we go again, and the pitch is a fastball at 100 miles an hour, swung on and fouled away, and the count now goes to 2-2. Over the course of the last 3 seasons with the Royals, he is 6-8. He's got a career ERA of 5.12. He's appeared in 56 big league games. He's made 21 starts. There's a breaking ball at 93 that misses outside, and the count is now 3-2 to Betts. So what we're witnessing here is kind of what he does when he is pitching. He walks more guys than he should. And here's the offering to Betts. It's a 101-mile-an-hour fastball that is swung on and fouled away down the right field line, and the count remains at 3-2. Last year, in 56 innings of work, he walked 31 batters. That's way too much. The Venezuelans do have action in their bullpen. They have a lefty up and throwing. I'm not sure who that is yet. There's the pitch to Betts. It's a 99-mile-an-hour fastball swung on, has popped up in the infield. Camping out underneath it is the first baseman, Luis Arias, on the right side. He's going to make the catch. And that is going to do it, as Betts is going to be retired for out number 1, and that'll bring up the center fielder, Mike Trout. Well, for Trout today, he is 1 for 3. He has singled and scored a run. He's struck out and lined out to third base. 6 for 15 on the tournament with a homer and 6 RBIs. That's from the right side against the right-hander Hernandez, who kicks and delivers a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. He takes for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Trout waggles the bat, waiting on the offering, and here's a 91-mile-an-hour breaking ball that misses upstairs for a ball, and the count is 1-1. I say breaking ball because it really doesn't do a whole lot. It looks like it's got a bit of a hump to it once you see that 100-mile-an-hour heater go by. The 100-mile-an-hour fastball that he throws really doesn't have a lot of movement to it. You'd almost be wondered if Hernandez would be better served to take a few miles off his fastball, as there's another 100-mile-an-hour heater that misses upstairs and the count is 2-1, to be able to get a little movement on the pitch. I was watching some of the relievers the other night, and sometimes you take 3-4 miles off and you're going to be able to get a little bit more backdoor run, or you get a little bit more cut to it. 100-mile-an-hour heater, big league hitters can catch up to it. There's 99 that just misses up in the zone. Now it's 3-1 to Mike Trout. So a 100-mile-an-hour fastball to Trout could get deposited in the stands, especially if it's straight as an arrow. So here comes the 3-1 pitch. It's a fastball that is swung on and missed. That one was at 99 miles an hour, and the count now is 3-2 to Trout. Trout looked like it was exactly that. He wanted to deposit that pitch into the stands. So 3 balls and 1 strike to Trout. Paul Goldschmidt waits on deck. There's 1 gone here in the top of the 7th inning, as he waggles the bat, waiting on the offering from the right-hander Hernandez. And there's a fastball swung on and missed. And Trout is gone for the second out of the inning, second time tonight, retired on strikes. And that'll leave it all up to the first baseman, Paul Goldschmidt. Well, for Goldschmidt, he is 1 for 3 tonight. He's got a single and an RBI. He's also struck out and lined out to left field. On the tournament, he is 4 for 14, as he strides to the plate to face Hernandez for the first time this evening. The first pitch is a breaking ball that's taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike as the right-hander works quickly and delivers again. It's a fastball swung on. This ball's lined into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Ranging to his right is David Peralta. He fields it. He comes up throwing, and it's going to hold Paul Goldschmidt to a single. Nice play there by Peralta to go hard to his right. But a base hit for Goldschmidt here keeps the inning alive, and that's going to bring up Nolan Arenado. Well, for Arenado tonight, he is also 1 for 3. He had a single in the first inning, and since then he's grounded to short and grounded to first. He is 6 for 18 in the tournament. So Goldschmidt at first. Arenado striding to the plate. The 2 Cardinals teammates looking to do some damage here. Americans only have 7 outs left to score a run, or maybe more if they want to win it. And here comes the pitch. It is a breaking ball that is down, but knifed into the stands by Arenado. He sort of was like a half check swing, and the ball ended up rocketing down the first base line into the seats. So the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. As a reminder, we'll be back on this again tomorrow night. As we've been saying, it'll be the winner of this game versus Cuba. We're excited for that. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on. It is grounded down the third base line. A diving play by Suarez, but it is ruled foul by the Korean umpire down there at third base, and that's going to run the count now to 0-2. This is the 4th game of the quarter, or the 4th quarterfinal game that is being played here tonight. Last night it was the Mexicans and the Puerto Ricans. The other quarterfinal games were played earlier in the week as Japan had taken care of Italy and Cuba had knocked off the Australians to punch their ticket to the semis. There's a fastball at 102 swung on. It's been lined into left center field. It's going to get down. Acuna Jr. cuts it off in left center field. He comes up. He throws it into second base as Paul Goldschmidt goes all the way around to third. He holds Arenado to a long single. And that's going to put runners at the corners for the Americans with 2 gone, and it's going to bring Kyle Tucker to the plate. So all of the damage is starting to take place here with 2 out. After retiring Mookie Betts and Mike Trout, Goldschmidt singles and Arenado follows suit. And now you've got Kyle Tucker, who is 1 triple away from the cycle in this one. Tucker has a single, a double, a home run, and he's also got 2 RBIs tonight. And that looks like it's going to be it, as Carlos Hernandez's night is over. The Venezuelans are going to the bullpen. We're going to see a left-hander, and we are going to take ourselves a little break here, as we'll be right back in just a couple minutes. 6-5 Venezuela, but they've got themselves in a little bit of trouble Hold tight, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple after this. Some more Japanese cheerleaders to keep you all entertained. Welcome back, everybody. We got a left-hander named Jose Chiara coming into the ball game. The 27-year-old has spent the last 3 seasons with the Los Angeles Angels. He is a lefty. He began his big league career with the Miami Marlins back in 2019. He is a career 2 wins and 11 losses and a 4.79 ERA. He's appeared in 108 big league games and has that earned run average of 4.79. But he is a lefty, and it is a situation where he's going to have to come and face Kyle Tucker. So that is what he is going to be doing here, a lefty-lefty matchup. Tucker, as we said tonight, has a single, a double, and a home run, but he has yet to face the left-handed slants of Jose Chiara. Chiara is replacing Hernandez. It was interesting as Hernandez got the first 2 outs, and then both Goldschmidt and Arenado went back-to-back with singles to put runners on the corners here with 2 gone in the 7th inning. So he is entrusted to come in, and he's looking to retire Kyle Tucker here for the final out of the inning. And the first offering is a fastball at 94 that misses way upstairs for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. For Kyle Tucker, he's enjoyed a great evening this evening. He is now 5 for 13 in the tournament with a home run and 2 RBIs tonight. Batting from the left side, waiting on the offering from Quijada. It's a fastball at 95 that misses inside, and now the count is 2-0. Tim Anderson is waiting his turn on deck. Be curious to see if he's unable to retire the left-handed Tucker, if he will stay in the ball game. So Tucker batting here with 2 balls and no strikes. And here's the offering from Quijada. He delivers a fastball that is taken for a called strike. Kyle Tucker sure doesn't like that, and one can see why. It looked like it was a little above the K zone, and the umpire, the home plate umpire, Dan Bellino, is hearing it from the American dugout, and probably rightfully so. It's not been a great game tonight, in my opinion, for Bellino. He's been a bit inconsistent behind the plate, and there's a fastball swung on and fouled away. The count is now 2-2. We saw Will Little last night behind the plate. He did not look like he was in mid-season form. But that's the way it goes sometimes. And as I mentioned the other day, what I don't understand is they've got 2 Americans on the crew here. Of course, the Americans are playing, and yet you've got an American umpire behind the plate and one at first base. But you've got a Korean umpire and a Japanese umpire on the crew, and they're not working any of it. I don't know where the rest of the international umpires are. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count remains at 2-2. I would like to see, I know that there were Canadian umpires and there were other Latin umpires on the games, but certainly why they didn't think that a Japanese or a Korean or even a Taiwanese umpire could handle this, I don't know. That would be an interesting question. It is Major League Baseball's tournament, but I would be upset if I was a Venezuelan knowing an American umpire is working behind the dish. And there's a fastball that misses up and in at 96. That runs the count to 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Kyle Tucker. So here we go. 3 balls and 2 strikes. As the lefty Quijada is ready to go back to work again, and here it comes. Tucker waggles the bat. Quijada holds it at the belt, and now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on, and it's fouled off right there. Salvador Perez, there it is, the Perez meter. This is number 5 tonight that he is seen a ball come off of him, and boy, oh boy, he is, they call it the tools of ignorance being a catcher, and that's exactly where we stand tonight. That ball there fouled off his glove, and you could see he got hit on the backswing by Tucker. It wasn't the foul tip as much as it was the backswing that was able to catch Salvador Perez. Well, all I can do is laugh about it a little bit, and he's ready to go back at it. One of the finer catchers in the game. I think if Yadi Melita goes into the hall, well, I think Salvador Perez will be one to follow. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Tucker gets back in the box. Quijada looking to do his job and to retire the final out of the inning. And here we go. This is a crucial situation for Team USA. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball. It's taken for a called third strike. And Tucker stood there like the house by the side of the road. He watched it go by for out number 3. And that is going to do it here in the top of the 7th inning. There were no runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 runners left aboard. We are now through 6.5 innings. It is the Venezuelan 6, United States 5. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call of the bottom of the 7th inning in just a couple of moments. We appreciate you guys for checking in here with us. Hang tight. We got more exciting baseball still to come.
Well, you've got to have an ace in the hole, a little secret that nobody knows. Life is a gamble, a game we all play, but you've got to save something for a rainy day. You've got to learn to play your cards right if you expect to win in life. Don't put it all on the line for just one roll. You've got to have an ace in the hole.
That's right, everybody. Be sure to check out Matt Hollis after the ball game, San Diego style. He is a supporter of our channel, and in turn, we support Matt. We are moving to the bottom half of the 7th inning. It is going to be the top of the order coming up for Venezuela. It'll be Luis Rengifo, Anthony Santander, and Luis Arias. The top of the order to face Team USA here, and it is going to be a relief pitcher for the Americans coming in, as it looks like it's going to be Anthony, is it Bednar coming in, the Pirates pitcher, I do believe. We just have to do a double take on that one. We'll pick up the number here, and I believe it's David Bednar. Sorry. This is going to be his 4th appearance of the Classic for the Buccos. Right-hander. He is 28 years old. He's worked 2 innings. He's allowed 1 hit. He has not given up a run or a walk, but he has struck out 4. So he is on in relief, and this is going to be pitcher number 5 used by the Americans here tonight. And here comes the first offering to Luis Rengifo. It's a 96-mile-an-hour fastball that swung on and missed. And the count is 0-1. Bednar, a heavy-set fella. He's enjoyed some back-end stuff. Very strong-looking fella in the backside and his legs. He is ready to deliver again. Here's the pitch. It is a fastball that misses off the outside corner, and the count goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Our friend Burger Burrito had popped in here. We welcome him to the stream. And here comes the pitch. It is a fastball that misses outside, and the count is now 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Rengifo. Rengifo 1 for 5 in the tournament. He's batting .200. This is his first at bat. As we said, he's come on to replace Jose Altuve. Pinch ran and scored a run in the 5th inning. As the fastball is taken for a called strike, and the count is now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Rengifo. I saw Rengifo play last year. He has moments where he can be exciting and almost do some game-changing things. He had played in a replacement of the second baseman David Fletcher a bit last year when Fletcher was down, and there was a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into deep left center field. Mike Trout moving back. He's on the warning track. He's got room, and he's going to make the grab. That is going to retire Rengifo for the first out of the inning. So 1 up and 1 away, and that'll bring up Anthony Santander. So for Santander tonight, he is officially 0 for 2. He popped out to the third baseman, flew out to the left fielder, and he walked his last times up. 6 for 13 entering tonight's ball game. He's now 6 for 15. He had a very good pool play of the tournament. And the first pitch is a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. The one question I think that Mark DeRosa will, if the final score or if the Venezuelans win this game, I think the question that's going to have to ask to Mark DeRosa is they had Kendall Graveman up. Then they chose to go to the bullpen and they brought in Daniel Bard a little bit later. There is a fastball that is swung on and missed, and the count is now 0-2. And I wonder what that rationale was. Maybe the fact that Kendall Graveman, they had planned to bring in the middle of an inning. Sometimes there's types of relievers that you would have to think that that's their rationale. They're better to have certain guys can come in the middle, where a guy like Daniel Bard would be better to start the inning fresh. Maybe not to come in the middle of an inning. There was a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count remains at 0-2. But that's going to be a question that Mark DeRosa is going to have to answer. And we won't know that until after the ball game, until somebody sticks the microphone in his face and asks him why. This game here is approaching the 3-hour mark. It's another 10 minutes away to that. And we are in the last half of the 7th inning. And here comes the offering from Bednar. It's a fastball swung on and missed. And that is going to retire Santander for the second out of the inning. And that is going to leave it all up to the first baseman, Luis Arias. Well, for Arias tonight, he is 1 for 3. He has homered and driven in a couple of runs. He's flown to left and he bounced into a fielder's choice. He's also scored twice tonight. So on the evening, he is 1 for 3. On the tournament now, he is 3 for 16. It was a timely home run in the first inning. Brought the Venezuelans back into the ball game after giving up a 3-0 lead to the U.S. in the first. And the first pitch is a 96-mile-an-hour fastball that misses upstairs for ball 1, and the count's 1-0. As we mentioned earlier, he is going to be a Miami Marlin this year, as he was acquired in an off-season trade as part of the deal for Pablo Lopez. They were the main components. And there's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 1-1. And our friend Derpy Entertainment jumps in there and gives us something there. So that's great. You might be a little bit ahead of us. So we appreciate you being here. But here's the pitch to Arias. It's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count is 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Arias. As he digs in here, ready to go again. Waiting on the offering from David Bednar as he holds set, working from the stretch with nobody on. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on. This ball is belted to deep right field. If you thought the first home run was a long one for Arias, this one here has hit the cement standard down the right field line just to the left of the foul pole. And that is home run number 2 of the ball game for Arias, and has extended the lead to 7-5. And so that is a home run. That's his second of the ball game. And now with 2 away, that is going to bring up Salvador Perez, a 7-5 lead here for Venezuela. Our friend Derpy Entertainment says just very disappointed in what's going on. And there's a first pitch that is delivered to Salvador Perez. It is lined to the left fielder, Kyle Tucker, and he's going to make the grab, and that is going to do it here in the 7th inning as Perez is gone for the 3rd out, but a run has been scored, and that might be insurance runs. Run in the inning on 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left the board. 7-5 it is for Venezuela. I can understand our friend Derpy Entertainment is here. He's very disappointed if you're Team USA. They've got 6 outs to be able to get 2 runs, at least to tie it, 3 if they want to get back in it. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes, as we appreciate you guys for stopping in with us tonight. Seven five for Venezuela. It is going to be the top of the 8th inning coming up. We have Team USA coming to bat. They got 6 outs to try to scrounge something up here against the Venezuelans, and it's not going to be easy. We'll be right back after this. We appreciate you guys for being here. Hang tight. Here's our friend Steve Rademacher.
This is Steve Rademacher, and I'd like to introduce you to my channel if you haven't seen it before. These are all the things I enjoy: sports, autographs, relics, non-sports Hall of Famers, pseudo-sports, Star Wars. That's my channel name and my name, and I would really appreciate it if you would come check me out and maybe even subscribe if you like it. Thank you for that for now, and back to your ball game.
Appreciate you, Steve, and your support of the channel, and in turn, we support Steve Rademacher. We appreciate you, Steve, for being here, and we thank to everybody who has popped in here to listen tonight. We have picked up a few subscribers, and our approach to 1,500 is on the way. 1,480 is where we're at now, so thank you for everybody for checking in here tonight. As a reminder, we'll be back on the airwaves tomorrow. The winner of this game, Venezuela, United States, will play Cuba tomorrow night. And once that game is taken care of, we will do the Japanese-Mexico game on Monday. But there's a lot of action still left in this one, as the first offering from Quijada is a fastball that is delivered to Tim Anderson upstairs for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. A couple of defensive changes as Eugenio Suarez has gone to first base, Escobar is at third, and Luis Arias has moved over to second base. As there's a fastball that misses outside to Anderson, and the count is now 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. So we'll have to get an idea of where that is going to be in the order. It looks like maybe Luis Rengifo is out of the game. There's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is now 2-1. Of course, Rengifo came in to replace Jose Altuve, who was hit by the pitch earlier on. And now, of course, it looks like Rengifo has been replaced by Eduardo Escobar, who goes into third. And here comes the pitch. It is a fastball swung on and missed, and now the count goes to 2-2 on Anderson. So the game is being shortened up right now, as it is, as we are here in the 8th inning, top of the 8th inning. The Venezuelans are down, and they got 6 outs to get if they are going to move on here. So here's the 2-2 pitch. It's a fastball that misses upstairs to Anderson. The count is 3-2. Our friend Derpy Entertainment says, I wanted to vote Daniel Bard out of baseball, which is kind of funny. But the other part to that it was Daniel Bard who absolutely threw gasoline on the fire. 4 batters he faced, he couldn't retire anybody. And there was a fastball that misses inside, and it's going to be ball 4. So the Americans have life. They've got a base runner, and that is going to be a base on balls leadoff here to Anderson, and that'll bring up Kyle Schwarber. Americans have a lot of firepower in their lineup, and as soon as Schwarber and Real Muto step to the plate, they are in scoring position. As they are going to be able to do this, they are down the dugout. They're giving hugs to Jose Altuve. So Altuve is out of the game with that hit by pitch. So there's a little bit unfortunate. I'm sure that there are people around Major League Baseball that will actually enjoy that, or at least fans of Major League Baseball that will enjoy Altuve being out. You don't ever want anybody to cheer on somebody being hurt. This is going to bring up Pete Alonso to the plate. Alonso is going to pinch hit for Schwarber. So Alonso here to bat, getting an opportunity. He has a close stance, and the first pitch from the lefty Quijada is a fastball taken for a call and strike, and the count is 0-1. Alonso did not get the start tonight. He has played in the tournament as the Polar Bear, but he has not played in the last couple of games that we've watched the Americans with. Here's the offering. It is a fastball that misses upstairs, and that is going to be a ball and a strike. Alonso has appeared in the tournament. He's got 9 at-bats. He's looking for his first hit. He has struck out 4 times. So 1 ball and 1 strike it is to the Polar Bear. And 1 swing of the bat can turn this one around. So here comes the offering from the lefty Quijada, who kicks and delivers. It's a fastball at 96 that misses upstairs, and the count is now 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Pete Alonso. "7-5 your scoreline. Nobody out with Tim Anderson, the runner at first base. Venezuela looking to close this one off against Team USA. Winner will play the Cubans tomorrow night. And here's the offering. It is a fastball swung on. It is lifted into shallow right field. Racing out on it is Arias. Coming in hard is the right fielder. They throw it. It's overthrown at second base as they tried to backdoor the runner Anderson. It was almost a mistake. The right fielder, Anthony Santander, came up throwing. That ball was a bleeder. It's going to be a base hit for Alonso. It's not what we're accustomed to. That one there, they're going to have to wipe the blood off it, but it is his first hit of the tournament, and it is timely for him to do so, as now that puts runners at first and second, and it's going to bring the catcher JT Realmuto to the plate. Nice job by Eduardo Escobar to back up the play, and high fives all around as Alonso is going to leave the game for a pinch runner. But that isn't exactly a missile or a bullet. It'll be Bobby Witt Jr., the young third baseman for the Kansas City Royals, was coming in to pinch run for the Polar Bear. I say third baseman. He also played a bit of shortstop last year. I'm not sure exactly what the Royals have in mind for him this year. So JT Realmuto comes to the plate with runners at first and second. If this was the Japanese league, we know what would be going on. There'd be a bunt situation. I don't know if the Americans would play to bunt here. And I don't know if Realmuto's the kind of guy who can get a bunt down. There is action in the Venezuelan bullpen. It is Silvino Bracho, or Bracho, as they would say his name. A big lefty who is getting himself loose. Quijada delivers the first pitch. It's a 95-mile-an-hour fastball that misses up and away to Realmuto. No signs of the bunt here, and I wouldn't expect that from the Americans. 1 swing of the bat from Realmuto could flip the scoreline right around and put the USA in the lead, and now they've got a visit from the Venezuelan pitching coach as he's making his way to the mound to have a discussion with his left-handed pitcher. So lots of action in this one. The Americans are trailing by 2 here in the top of the 8th inning. The scoreline is 7-5. So the right-hander is Silvino Bracho. It's Jose Alvarado, who is the lefty who is up and throwing. So double barrel action in the Venezuelan pen. They're trying to get rid of JT Realmuto, and there is a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is now 2-0. So we got a good hitter's count here for Realmuto, as it's 2 balls and no strikes. In the tournament, Realmuto is now 4 for 8, as he had a double his first trip tonight. He's bounced into a fielder's choice and lined out. He's looking for another hit. Here's the pitch, and it's a fastball that comes inside, and it has hit Realmuto. And Realmuto is looking at the pitcher as he's walking to first base. I mean, come on, JT. He's not trying to hit you with runners at first and second and nobody out here. But that's going to load the bases as he slowly makes his way to first base. And now Anderson moves over to third. It's going to be the runner, Bobby Witt Jr. at second. And JT Realmuto is going to be the runner at first. So a little wry grin from the face of JT Realmuto as he spun around after getting hit by that pitch. And we're going to see here if the Venezuelans are going to make a change or not, as the lefty Quijada has failed to get it out here in the eighth inning. And that is going to be it. The manager for Venezuela is coming out. And we're going to have ourselves a pitching change. Well, we're going to see if it's a righty or a lefty, as they've got both up in the bullpen, and we're going to find out in just a minute. It is Trey Turner slated to come to bat, and then they're going to roll over to the top of the order. I would have to think we may see ourselves a right-hander, but who knows? But a pitching change is about to happen, and we're going to take ourselves a little break, and we'll be back here in just a moment. Stay with us, everybody. We'll give you our Japanese cheerleaders once again to keep you entertained. We'll be right back after this musical timeout. Stay with us, everybody. Appreciate you guys for being here. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be a right-hander, and it is going to be Silvino Bracco coming in to replace Jose Quijada. It is a right-hander, and this is going to be the sixth pitcher used tonight by the Venezuelans, and we'll get you all his information here in just a minute, but he is going to be facing Trey Turner and then the top of the order. So Silvino Bracco in relief here, and we've got ourselves a scoreline of 7-5, but the Venezuelans find themselves in a big pickle here as the Americans have the bases loaded as they are hitting here in the eighth inning. So this right-handed pitcher for Venezuela that is entering into the ball game, he has appeared in 2 classic games already. He's already got a save. He's worked 3 innings and he's given up a 1 hit. So Bracco on in relief, making his 3rd appearance here. He has pitched with the Cincinnati Red organization. In 2022, he appeared with the Atlanta Braves, and he has been with the Arizona Diamondbacks in the past. So currently in the Reds organization, he calls Maracaibo, Venezuela his home. And he is on in a very tough situation here to face Trey Turner. And then it'll be the top of the order with Mookie Betts and Mike Trout. So the runner at third is Anderson. The runner at second is Witt. The runner at first is Realmuto. As the right-hander, Bracco now works to the set position, and he's ready to go. As he holds set at the belt, and now he kicks and delivers. It is a fastball taken on the inside corner for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Turner is going to be a very difficult player in which to double up, and so one would have to think that they're going to try to get the outs where they can. They are in at the corners. They do have double play depth up the middle. I don't know if that is going to be the best option because Turner runs very, very well. And here comes the 0-1 offering as the righty kicks and delivers. It is a fastball swung on, and it is pop foul down the left field line, and that's going to reach the seats, and that's going to run the count to no balls and 2 strikes. So Bracco is well ahead in the count. So no balls and 2 strikes. The Americans waiting here, waiting on the offering. And here comes Bracco. He's holding at the belt. And he kicks and delivers. It is a fastball swung on. This ball is belted into deep left field. Moving back onto the warning track and looking up, and this one is gone. A home run by Trey Turner. A grand slam home run. He's cleared the bases on an 0-2 pitch from Bracco. You couldn't have asked for a better 0-2 pitch. Turner absolutely scorches that one, and the Americans have turned the score line around. It is now 9-7. More home runs were hit with 2 strikes than any other year, I guess, last year. And there's another one right there, way ahead in the count at 0-2. And the next thing you know, there it is, a bomb to clear the bases. The Americans now have the lead 9-7 as Tim Anderson scores, Bobby Witt Jr. scores, and JT Realmuto score all in front of the home run hit by Trey Turner, and that is now increased the lead to 9-7, and now Mookie Betts comes to the plate. And the first pitch to Betts is a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count is no balls and 1 strike to Betts. Well, we got nobody out here in the 8th inning, but the scoreline has been flipped. It's now 9-7. If you like offense and you like slugfests, then you're in the right place. And here comes the 0-1 offering to Betts. It's a changeup that is swung through and missed, and the count is now 0-2. That pitch there was absolutely tattooed to left field. It was over top of the first layer of seating and then into the second layer, and Bracco was so mad he fires his glove to the ground. And here comes the 0-2 offering to Mookie Betts. That's a breaking ball that misses down and away, and the count is 1-2. 9-7, Team USA has the lead. We generally update our tickers at the end of the half inning, but for those of you who are here, we don't want you to miss out on this. 9-7. The United States have pulled ahead here on the top of the 8th inning. And it's not over yet because, let's face it, the Venezuelans have a heck of an offense themselves. They can score runs in a hurry, and this game is far from over. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is belted into deep center field. Racing back onto the warning track is Acuna Jr., and he's going to make the grab, and Mookie Betts sends it a long way, but he is retired for the first out of the inning. And that is going to bring up the center fielder, Mike Trout. So for Trout, he is 1 for 4 tonight. He has a single and 4 trips. He has struck out twice, and he has lined to third. He's also scored a run. So he now in the tournament is 6 for 16. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, it's a fastball that misses upstairs for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. Trout carried the mail against the Colombians the other night as he was involved in all 3 of the runs the Americans scored. And if you're an American fan, you're glad to see that it's going to be somebody other than Mike Trout carrying the mail tonight. There's a fastball that is swung on and missed, and the count is now 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. The Americans are now in the lead with a 9-7 lead here against the Venezuelans in the top of the 8th. The right-hander Bracco kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on and missed, and now the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Josh S. says this one isn't over yet, but that's why we keep watching. Yeah, you're right. It's not over yet. So much firepower in the Venezuelan lineup. They can turn the tables in the blink of an eye, and it's not like the relief at pitching has been spectacular for the Americans, but they're going to have to have it here as they've got Devin Williams up in the pen. Curious to see how this is going to work. They're going to use him in the 8th inning, and then who do they bring for the 9th? So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Trout. As the right-hander Bracco holds at the belt. And now he kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses down, and that runs the count to 3-2 on Mike Trout. So 3 balls and 2 strikes it is. 9-7 Venezuela trails the United States here in the top of the 8th. And the payoff pitch coming to Trout as he waggles the bat. Bracco comes to the set position. And now he kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball swung on and missed. And Trout has struck out for the 3rd time tonight as he goes down swinging for out number 2 here in the 8th inning. And that's going to leave it all up to Paul Goldschmidt. Well, for Goldschmidt, he is 2 for 4 this evening. He's got a couple of singles. He's got an RBI. He's scored a run. He's also struck out and flown to left. And so on the tournament, he is 5 for 15. So Goldie waiting here on the first offering from Bracco, who comes to the set position. And now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on. This ball is belted to left field. David Peralta is racing over into the corner. If it stays fair, it's going to be trouble, but it's going to just hook foul down the left field line. Oh, that would have been some insurance for the United States. That ball was well struck, and it just hooked foul. If he would have straightened that one out, that ball would have been a great insurance marker. There's always questions if you have a couple of run lead. That's always a dangerous lead here. So here comes the 0-1 offering as Bracco kicks and delivers, and it's a fastball that misses inside. Bracco's got this little extra kind of kick. He goes up there and he has a little hesitation and he does a little extra bit of a kick and then he delivers it. 9-7 for USA here in the top of the 8th inning. As the right-hander works to the set position. And now he kicks and fires. It's a fastball swung through and missed, and now the count goes to 1-2 on Goldschmidt. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. If you like offensive baseball, well, you've got the fireworks going here tonight. Last night it was a little bit of everything. Runs were scored in bunches in that first inning by the Puerto Ricans, and the Mexicans chipped away. And tonight it's been crooked numbers in multiple innings, and there's a changeup that is swung on and missed, and that is going to retire Goldschmidt for the 3rd out of the inning, but damage has been done. The grand slam home run by Trey Turner cleared the bases with nobody out, and that has vaulted the Americans in front. They now have a 9-7 lead over Venezuela. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Lots of entertainment in this one. We're glad you guys could be a part of it. We'll be right back in just a few. Venezuela trailing United States 9-7. We'll be back after this. Hang tight, everybody. It is going to be a nail-biter finish. 9-7 United States over Venezuela. We got still 3 half innings left to play in this one. The bottom of the 8th coming up right after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is a 9-7 ball game for the Americans as we are going to be getting ourselves into the bottom half of the 8th inning. Venezuela coming to bat. It'll be Ronald Acuna Jr., David Peralta, and Eugenio Suarez as they are going to be coming in here to face a new pitcher for the Americans. It's going to be Devin Williams, who is one of the better, I don't say closers. I guess that's kind of what he's rolling into now in Milwaukee, but one of the better relief pitchers in all of baseball. So Devin Williams of the Milwaukee Brewers on in relief. as he is going to be facing Ronald Acuna Jr. here to lead it off in the bottom of the 8th inning. So the Venezuelans have their backs against the wall as they were holding on to a 2-run lead, and now it is flipped around as the United States has a 9-7 lead going to the bottom of the 8th inning. So lots of excitement again tonight in quarterfinal number 4, and the right-hander Williams holds set at the belt. And now he kicks and delivers. It is a changeup that misses down for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. That is the bread and butter pitch for Devin Williams. He throws that off-speed pitch. You got to be sitting soft with him. I think you have to be sitting soft with him. I think the approach at the plate is his changeup is so electric, and he does keep it down. And here comes the pitch. It is a fastball at 93 that they appeal to the first base umpire, and they say that he did go around, so that's going to run the count to 1-1. 1-1 on Acuna Jr. No, actually, you say he didn't go around, but that pitch looked like it was a strike, too, so maybe it's 2-0. So 2-0 to Acuna Jr. Boy, I think the Americans would have a beef on that. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. Now the count goes to 2-1. We got Luis Vega in the house. He says, let's go USA. Well, welcome, Louis. Thank you for stopping by the channel tonight. We appreciate you for being here. It's a 2-1 ball game in the bottom of the 8th. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. Or it's a 9-7 ball game. It's 2-1 count on Ronald Acuna Jr. Acuna Jr. is 0 for 2 tonight. He's got a sac fly and an RBI. He's also flown to center field and grounded to short. And there's a changeup swung on. This ball is belted to left field. It's over the head of the left fielder, Tucker. It's off the wall. Rounding first and sliding safely into second base is Acuna Jr. with a leadoff double. And the Venezuelans have got something going here in the bottom of the 8th inning, as that ball was an absolute scorcher hit over the head of Kyle Tucker. And Acuna Jr. is now aboard at second base. Interesting the way that ball really spins out of the hand of Williams. He really is able to roll over the top of it, and it really keeps it down. He's got a lot of downward movement, a lot of downward taper on that changeup. That's exactly what Acuna golfed into left field, and he is aboard at second base with nobody out. It brings David Peralta to the plate. Well, for Peralta, he is 1 for 3 tonight. He's got a single and 3 trips. He's grounded to short and grounded to second. Batting from the left side against Devin Williams. Williams checks the runner, Acuna, at second, and now he kicks and delivers. And it is a changeup that misses down for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. I think if Real Muto would have squeezed that, it might have been a pitch that could have been a strike, but because he didn't have a good handle on it and got away, I think that the umpire probably didn't give him the benefit of the doubt. So here comes the 1-0 offering to David Peralta, and it's a fastball that misses down, and the count is 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. Eugenio Suarez is on deck, and it'll be Gleyber Torres in the hole. They do have 3 fielders to the right side of the infield as Peralta bats from the left side. Turner is just to the right of second base as Anderson is in the 4 hole, and there's a changeup that misses outside, and the count now goes to 3-0. So the American relief pitching has been a little bit suspect tonight. After Lance Lynn left the ball game, he only gave up the 2 runs on the 2-run shot in the first inning by Luis Arias. He left the game after inning number 4, and then it all fell apart for the Americans in the 5th inning when Daniel Bard came in and threw gasoline on the fire, setting up 4 runs for the Venezuelans, as there's a fastball that's taken for a called strike, and the count now is 3-1 to Peralta. Peralta, as we mentioned earlier, has signed a contract with the Los Angeles Dodgers. I really like the way that he plays. He's a professional hitter. He'll fit right in the Dodger lineup over there. And here comes the pitch. It is a fastball that is swung on and missed, and the count now runs full at 3-2. Played his entire career with the Arizona Diamondbacks until he was traded to the Tampa Bay Rays before the deadline last year. He was a pure rental till the end of the season, and then, of course, being a free agent, he inked a deal with the Dodgers. So here comes the 3-2 pitch. The payoff pitch is ready to come. It's on the way. As Williams delivers, it is a changeup swung on and missed. And Peralta goes down on strikes for the first out of the inning. He is gone for out number 1. That changeup that Williams throws, the amount of movement that he has on it, you know it's coming, and it is so devastating. He was not able to catch up to it. He was got that downward taper on the pitch. And Peralta is gone for out number 1. And when you look at the scouting reports and you read the scouting reports on pitchers and you know what some of their bread and butter is, and it's certainly a bread and butter pitch for the right-hander, Devin Williams, must have to give up on the fastball. There's another changeup swung on and missed by Eugenio Suarez, and the count is quickly 0-1. It looks tantalizing, and then it just falls off a table. It's absolutely fun to watch. So the right-hander Suarez ready to go back, ready to dig back in here, but now Williams steps off the rubber. Jose Alvarado is still up in the bullpen. As one would expect that we are going to see him at some point in the 9th inning. And here comes the pitch from Williams. It's a changeup again, and it misses down, and the count is now 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Suarez. Suarez has had himself a pretty good tournament offensively. He has entered the game tonight 6 for 10. He's 1 for 3 tonight. He's 7 for 13 on the tournament. Here's the 1-1 offering from Williams, who delivers a changeup again, and that's tap foul on the third base side. The count is 1-2. Williams' fastball is nothing really special. It's this changeup that's got so much downward movement to it. Gets the hitters. It looks like it's coming in knee high, and the next thing you know, it's at the ankles, and you're waving at it and walking back to the dugout. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Suarez as the right-hander leans in and he gets his sign. And now he comes to the set position. He checks the runner Acuna at second. There's 1 gone here in the 8th. Williams fires, and it is a fastball swung on and missed. And Suarez goes down on strikes for the second out of the inning. He is done for out number 2, and that is going to leave it up to Gleyber Torres. So it's almost like the changeup sets up the fastball. He was working backwards in a different way. And now all of a sudden, when he has to bring the heat, it looks like it's probably coming about 5 to 10 miles an hour than a normal fastball would, and he just blew it right by Suarez. So changeup, fastball, and Suarez goes back to the dugout. Well, here's Gleyber Torres with the runner at second and 2 gone. Torres is waggling the bat. Williams holds set at the belt, and now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball at 92, taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. And on the play, Ronald Acuna Jr. has just swiped third base. So now he has moved over to third. And he picked that one clean. Didn't even get a look from Williams. I don't know if it's defensive indifference, but I'd give him a stolen base on that because it looked like he was going to have that one picked cleanly. There's a fastball that misses down in the dirt, and the count is 1-1. And Steve Rademacher has provided us with a super chat. We appreciate that, Steve. We thank you and your kindness. He says, "Let's do this, USA, USA." Thank you kindly. Let's see what the Americans can do here. As the right-hander Devin Williams leans in and he gets his sign. As Ronald Acuna Jr. establishes his lead over at third base. And here's the pitch from Williams. It's a changeup that misses down and away, and the count is 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. After this game is over, we'll give you a full recap of the game before we depart for the night. We'll set up tomorrow's game, no matter who it is. If it's USA or Venezuela, we'll be back on the airwaves again. That'll be a fantastic matchup. USA-Cuba tomorrow night. Even Venezuela-Cuba would be highly entertaining. Here's the 2-1 pitch. As Williams delivers, it's a fastball that catches the outside corner, and the count goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two balls and 2 strikes to Gleyber Torres. Ronald Acuna Jr., the runner at third. There's 2 away, and here comes the offering from Williams. It's a fastball swung on. This ball is lined into right field. Moving over to his right and making the catch is Mookie Betts, and that is going to do it here. You got to give Torres credit. He hit the ball on the screws, but he hit it right to Mookie Betts in right field, and that is going to do it. There was no runs in the inning. There was the leadoff double by Acuna. There were no errors and 1 runner left the board. We are now through 8 complete. It is the United States leading Venezuela, and the score line is 9-7 for Team USA. We'll be right here in just a couple of moments. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back. We got Troy in the house, Steve Rademacher, and all the rest of you folks. We appreciate you for being here tonight. Hang tight. We'll be right back after this. 9-7 lead for Team USA. It is going to be the United States coming to bat in the top of the 9th inning. We'll be back after this. We appreciate you all for checking in here with us. Here is our friend Steve.
Hello, guys. Thank you for joining Freddie here on his baseball game. And I'm Steve Rademacher, and my channel is really all about everybody, including all my international friends. We have such stuff as non-sport packs from Canada, the OP cheese. We have the Greek Freak. We have money from around the world. We have lira. We have yen. We have francs. We have pounds. We have Deutschmarks. We have all kinds of cool stuff like that. We even have some cooler things like Japanese women wrestlers and OPG baseball cards where I cannot read the back. We even have unopened material like the royal family, I know it's backwards, from London, England. Thank you for watching. Back to Freddie.
Appreciate you, Steve. We have a pitching change. It is going to be Jose Alvarado coming in. This is going to be his 3rd appearance. He's worked in a couple of innings already here in the Classic for the Venezuelans ball club. The big left-hander is taking over here. So he is going to be on in relief of Silvino Bracco. So the left-hander Alvarado, he's got 1 save and 1 opportunity, but this is not a save situation. He's allowed 2 hits in those 2 innings of work. He's walked 1 and struck out 4. So the big left-hander has got his work cut out for him. It's going to be Nolan Arenado, Kyle Tucker, and Tim Anderson, the heart of the United States batting order, to come to bat here. And so here we go, ready to go in the top of the 9th inning. This game here has seen a lot of action here tonight. Our friend Troy says it'd be nice if the US can get a little padding here. And the first pitch is a fastball swung on at 99 miles an hour and fouled away, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Troy says even a couple or 3 insurance runs would do the trick. So Arenado, Tucker, and Anderson. I'll be curious to see if Tucker's going to stay in the game. Tucker's a triple shy of the cycle. I don't know what the other options defensively would be other than Cedric Mullins. There's a ball that is swung on. It is lifted into shallow left field. Coming in underneath it is David Peralta, and he's going to make the catch, and that is going to retire Arenado for the first out of the inning. So 1 up and 1 away, and that'll bring up Kyle Tucker to the plate, or is slated to bring him up. We'll see if Mark DeRosa is going to make a move here. Nope, it's still going to be Tucker. Tucker's 3 for 4. He's got a single, a double, and a solo home run. He's got a couple of runs batted in tonight. He did strike out looking his last time up. He's 3 for 4 on the evening. He's 5 for 14 on the tournament. So the big left-hander holds to the set position. He kicks and delivers, and it's a fastball at 100 miles an hour that comes inside, and Tucker's fouled it off. And it's bounced up and hit the hand of the home plate umpire. So Dan Bellino, that's the second time he's been plugged tonight. He's trailing Salvador Perez. Perez has been plugged 5 times, and Bellino, actually, it hit his knee, and then it went off and hit the hand. So that is where we stand. He's got no balls and 1 strike to Tucker. They have been roughed up tonight, the home plate umpire and Salvador Perez. All got going in that first inning with the foul tip off the mask of Sally. And there's a breaking ball waved at and missed. The count is now 0-2 to Tucker. So no balls and 2 strikes. Americans, as we said, looking for some insurance here, but they're in tough against Alvarado. The difference here is that grand slam home run by Tucker in the 8th inning that flipped the scoreline around. It turned a 7-5 deficit into a 9-5 lead for the Americans as the breaking ball misses down and the count is 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to the left-handed hitting left fielder Kyle Tucker. As a reminder, hopefully you can join us again tomorrow for all the action as we'll be bringing you the winner of this game versus Cuba. There's a fastball at 101 swung on and fouled away. This time Tucker screwed himself into the ground right there at home plate. It's going to keep the count at 1-2. He fouled that right off of the shin guard that he wears on the right leg. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. It's been a fun stream for us tonight. So we've had a number of people passing through over the evening, and hopefully you've enjoyed listening to the calls. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is to Tucker. As the lefty Alvarado kicks and fires. It is a fastball that misses down at 96, and the count now goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. And further than that, then it will be Monday night. It'll be the semifinal between Mexico and Japan. We'll have that one for you as well at 7 Eastern or 4 Pacific. And here's the offering from the lefty. It's a fastball swung on and missed. And Tucker is down on strikes for out number 2 here in the top of the 9th inning. It'll leave it all up to the second baseman, Tim Anderson. Well, Tim Anderson tonight is 0 for 3. He struck out twice and grounded out. He walked to lead off the 8th inning and came around and scored on the grand slam by Trey Turner. He's officially 0 for 3, 4 for 14 on the tournament. Batting from the right side against the left-handed slants of Alvarado, who kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on and grounded foul down the third base line, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Whoever wins this game tonight, in my opinion, it will be the favorite tomorrow night. I just don't see the Cubans as the team to get through to the finals. I mean, they could do it, but I just really don't know if that roster is built for the depth that these other 2 here you see tonight have. There's a fastball swung on and missed. The count is now 0-2 to Tim Anderson. But that's why you play the game. Anything can happen in a 1-game showdown, and that's basically what this is here. And that is what the game tomorrow night will be as well, for a berth in the World Baseball Classic Finals. Here's the 0-2 pitch. It's a fastball at 100 miles an hour that is swung on and fouled away. Keeps the count at 0-2 on Anderson. I think if I'm Alvarado here, I'm not going to come anything soft to Anderson. Anderson looks like he is a bit overmatched on some of these pitches. Unless you throw something soft to keep it out of the zone and change the look for Anderson here, I would be coming back with something definitely hot and high in the zone. So here comes the 0-2 pitch. Alvarado kicks and he delivers. It's a fastball swung on and he's lined it into left field. That ball, sorry, into right field. That ball's going to get down. Sander knocks it down. He keeps it in front. Digging hard for 2 is Anderson, and he's going to get there with a double. Boy, oh boy, I thought on those last couple of pitches he looked overmatched, And the next thing you know, he hammers that ball on a line into right field. Anthony Santander had to go hard to his right. He knocked it down, didn't come up with it cleanly. Anderson read it and was able to go headfirst into second base with a 2-out hit. We're going to see how they're officially going to score that one. The official scorer has it as a single, and they're going to rule that as an error by the right fielder. A little bit harsh. I don't know if he would have been able to come up with that cleanly. So they've given him a single and an error on the right fielder to put him into scoring position, and that is going to bring up, well, slated to bring up Bobby Witt Jr., who is now in the designated hitter position. And the first pitch to Witt Jr. is a fastball swung on. It is lifted into shallow right field. Moving underneath it is Santander. He's going to make the grab, and that is going to do it for out number 3. And that will do it here for the United States. Well, all the excitement is about to happen as we go to the bottom of the 9th inning. There were no runs in the inning on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left the board. We're through 8.5. It is the United States 9, Venezuela 7. Stick around, everybody. It is going to be 9, 1, and 2 in the Venezuelan batting order to come up here to try to get a couple of runs back to keep this one going. We'll be right back after this. We appreciate you guys for checking out Last Rouse Baseball's live commentary of the World Baseball Classic. We'll be back in a moment. We're cruising to the bottom half of the 9th inning, a 9-7 lead for Team USA. We'll be right back after this.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city, San Diego, baby. I take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Welcome back, everybody. The Americans are turning to Ryan Presley of the Houston Astros to come in to close this one out. He is going to be facing the 9, 1, and 2 hitters in the batting order. It is going to be Andreas Jimenez, and then the top of the order, it'll be Eduardo Escobar, who's come in the spot of Altuve/Rengifo, and then Anthony Santander here in the 9th inning. It has been Andreas Jimenez has been on base twice tonight. He is 1 for 2 officially. He's got a single and 2 trips. He scored a run, and he's also walked. So the Guardians' second baseman, who's playing shortstop here for the Venezuelans, takes the first pitch breaking ball over for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. He is 5 for 16 in the tournament, and he has done his part on getting on base tonight so far for Team Venezuela. So here comes the offering from the right-hander Presley, who kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into right center field. Moving over to his left is Mike Trout. He's got time and space, and he makes the grab, and that is going to retire Jimenez for the first out of the inning. So 1 up and 1 away. It'll bring up the top of the order. You have to wonder how that's going to impact when it was Jose Altuve who was at the top of the order, and unfortunately, he left the game in the 5th inning after being hit on the hand with a pitch by Daniel Bard, who was all over the map tonight. And it was Altuve who had to leave the ball game. He was replaced by Luis Rengifo, and now it's Eduardo Escobar at the plate. And the first pitch to Escobar is a fastball that misses inside for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. Our friend Josh S. says he would eat his hat if Arias hit a 3rd homer after hitting 8 all of last year. Well, you probably would salt it up if it is going to be Eduardo Escobar who can get on base. There's a pitch that misses down, and the count is now 2-0. Check that. Looks like that he went around on that pitch, so it's actually 1-1. Apologies to you guys. 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Escobar. There's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is now 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. Escobar here in the hole at 1-2. Anthony Santander waits his turn on deck, and here comes the pitch from Presley. It's a breaking ball swung at his line to the first baseman, Paul Goldschmidt, who makes a shoestring catch, and that is going to be the second out of the inning. And now the Venezuelans are down to their final out, as it's going to be Anthony Santander coming to the plate. You can't fault Eduardo Escobar on that one. He hit the ball right on the screws, but right to the glove of Goldschmidt. And that is going to bring Santander to the plate. Santander tonight is 0 for 3. He has popped to third, flown to left, and he's struck out, but he's also walked. So the crowd is on their feet. And the first pitch is a fastball at the knees for a called strike. And the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Venezuela's backs are against the wall big time now. Presley works from the stretch position, but nobody on, and the pitch is a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count is now 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. Our friend Troy is spot on. There's Diamondbacks all over the field right now, as Escobar and Goldschmidt, ex-D-backs, all a part of those last couple of plays. So here we go. Here comes the 0-2 offering, and it's a fastball at 96 that misses upstairs, and the count is 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. They're now down to their final strike. Here are the Venezuelans. Anthony Santander in the hole at 1-2. And here comes the pitch from Presley, and it is a fastball swung on. It is fouled away behind home plate at 94 miles an hour. Just as the reminder again, we're going to do a recap of this one. There's a lot to recap. So stick around after the game, and don't forget to come on back and see us again tomorrow night. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Santander. Presley kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball swung on and tap foul over on the first base side, and the at-bat continues. It is 1-2 to Santander. It's been a great ball game here tonight. Even if the Venezuelans are not able to come back here, it's been very entertaining. A well-played game. And it is the offering here to the left-handed hitting Santander. It's a fastball swung on. It's popped up over on the third base side. Moving over is Arenado. He makes the catch, and that is going to do it. That is going to end the ball game. That is out number 3. And it is your final score. Team USA has beaten Team Venezuela 9-7. Your final score in this one. We're going to take about 30 seconds. We're going to give you a little bit of a break, and then we're going to come on back, wrap it up. We'll talk to our chat a little bit here before we knock it down. Thanks for listening, everybody. We'll be right back in 30 seconds after this, as Team USA has captured this one 9-7. Welcome back, everybody. It is your final score. Team USA has knocked off Venezuela 9-7 in this one, and we do want to thank everybody who has popped in here tonight to listen in. The scoring recap for you, we'll kick it off with the United States. They scored 3 runs in the first inning. The first 5 hitters that came to the plate all had base hit singles. It was a single by Mookie Betts to lead off the game. Mike Trout then singled, and it ended up that Paul Goldschmidt then singled and knocked in a run. Arenado singled, Kyle Tucker singled, and then that ended up, he also knocked in a run, but it chased Martin Perez from the ball game. So 3 runs were scored in that first inning, and Perez was gone after 5 hitters. In the bottom of the first inning, it was Jose Altuve on the first pitch he saw from Lance Lynn singled, and then with 1 out, Luis Arias deposited a 2-run shot into the seat, so it was a 2-1 ball game. Then it was the Team USA in the 4th inning added to their lead when it was Kyle Schwarber led off with a single. GT Realmuto bounced into a fielder's choice, and then there was an error by the shortstop that allowed Realmuto to move along, and then what ended up happening, he bounced into a fielder's choice. Then what ended up happening is Trey Turner grounded to short, and then a sacrifice fly by Mookie Betts made the score 4-2. And that is where we stood until the 5th inning. And then it was the Daniel Bard show, so to speak. Daniel Bard for the Americans came in, and he was absolutely awful. Could not retire anybody. He walked the first batter, which was Gleyber Torres. Then he gave up a hit to Andreas Jimenez. Then he hit Jose Altuve in the hand, which knocked Altuve out of the game to load the bases. Anthony Santander then drew a walk, and then it was a fielder's choice by Arias and a RBI double by Salvador Perez and a sac fly by Ronald Acuna Jr. that helped put 4 runs on the board for the Venezuelans. And they went up in the lead. They had a lead of 6-5 at that point. Well, the Americans came back in the 7th inning, it was Luis Arias hit a solo shot to extend the lead to 7-5 for the Venezuelans. But in the 8th inning, the Americans, a leadoff walk by Tim Anderson. It was a single by Pete Alonso, a bleeder into right field, his first hit of the tournament. And then JT Realmuto was hit by a pitch. And the next one was Trey Turner, who deposited a grand slam into the left field seats. And that made the score 9-7, and that was where your final score ended. So USA wins tonight. They're going to be back on tomorrow. We are going to be back again doing the games. It'll be Cuba versus the United States tomorrow, 4 Pacific, 7 Eastern. We're looking forward to being on the call, and hopefully you can join us back here with us. If you're new to the channel, don't forget to hit that sub button. Don't forget to like it, and hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow. As far as our chat is concerned, our friend Troy was asked a question about Corbin Carroll. And all I would say is Corbin Carroll got himself a deal, and we'll see what happens there. I'm not sure how he is going to play, but he is a diminutive player. And it's nice to see maybe that the Diamondbacks have locked him up to a deal, which may turn out to be a favorable one long term. But lots to be played here ahead in Arizona. Once again, everybody, we appreciate your time and support of the channel. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow night. It'll be Cuba versus USA. I would have to think the Americans are the favorites in that one. I think the Japanese are the favorites on Monday, and maybe it'll be a Japan-USA final on Tuesday night. Once again, everybody, it's been another Last Rounds Baseball video production. We appreciate you guys for all being in here with us tonight. We look forward to seeing you again later. And come on back again for more World Baseball Classic Baseball tomorrow night. Tom Martin said he subbed. We appreciate you, Tom. I'm signing off, and hopefully you can join us for the NPB calls that we'll do. Maybe even join us in Japan when we're there in the summertime. Thanks, guys. Once again, appreciate you all for your support of the channel. We'll see you again tomorrow. USA, Cuba, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific.